Henry Steele Commager reminds us that historically Americans have been the people most tolerant of, indeed enthusiastic about change. To cling to the past or to try to preserve the status quo intact is to go back Henry Steele
Breeze default. Yep. Yep.
Henry Steele Commager reminds us that historically Americans have been the people most tolerant of, indeed enthusiastic about change. To cling to the past or to try to preserve the status quo intact is to go backward.
Toyosi.
Hi, Precious. This is Toyosi. I'm gonna have her down here with you just to like check everything out, make sure everything's okay. Essentially, just like to make sure nothing goes crazy. Yeah. For now. Okay. I'll be back and forth. Life is life. I kind of like start seeing. Do you want a chair? Can you grab me a chair or something?
Henry Steele.
I am super excited to be here today. Again, super excited to be making history, child. My name is Precious Jewel. I go by the most Precious Jewel. Ask my mama. So I'm gonna be your host today. We're gonna have a super fun day. It's gonna be so many films today. Super proud of all of these young filmmakers, directors, and everyone that is going to be on the big screen today. Everyone is gonna be sitting on the panels. We're gonna have a good day. Y'all ready? Yeah. All right. So we're gonna jump straight into it. We are going to go into our independent documentary filmmakers panel, and that will be moderated by Mitch Teplitsky. Yeah, I was practicing backstage, y'all. Mitch Teplitsky, and we will have the panelists introduce themselves. Clap it up for them.
No, you don't. It's all right.
Are you already recording, bro?
Yeah. You can pass through here if you want, though.
Hey everybody,
Video?
welcome. I'm excited to be here. I'm Mitch Teplitsky. Thank you for the invitation to moderate this. I am working on well, first of all, let me back up by saying I live in Bloomington, Indiana, and I've lived there for 7 years. I'm originally from New York City. I did not study filmmaking. I was a marketing communications person for many years, but I stumbled into documentary filmmaking and ended up working in Peru, and made a film that was on public TV, and my life changed, and now I'm a documentary filmmaker, and I'm working on a project about the smallest town in America by far with a dedicated LGBTQ community center in Spencer, Indiana. But this panel isn't about me, so I'll leave it at there. And we have on the panel today four other documentary filmmakers, and I'm gonna let them introduce themselves. It will take about 2 minutes for them to introduce themselves, and then I'll have a couple of questions, and I'd like to leave some time for your questions too. So, you want to start?
Hi, I'm Hannah Lindgren, documentary filmmaker. I've directed 6 and produced 7 documentaries, 6 of which are shorts, 1 is a feature. And I think we're going to talk a little bit about how we got started, but I did study film and television and anthropology at Ball State. So, hi, hello, Kayla. So yeah, that's what I do. I like to focus on stories that really focus on an individual to reflect a wider cultural issue. So I think that's like kind of the doorway to empathy of like get attached to one person, understand their story, and then you kind of understand a bigger picture. So that's kind of the running theme with all my films. And I've done a lot of grant-funded work. So about half of my projects have been funded by grants. So that's background.
Hello. Is this any different? Better? Okay. My name is Andrew Quinn. I'm one of the co-founders of Bayonet Media Production Company here based in Indianapolis. I started filmmaking when I was like 14 years old. My uncle had a VHS camera, the days before iPhone, shooting on iPhones and stuff, and he's like, I'm gonna throw this away. I'm like, no, you're not. I want to make something with this and my action figures. And that just like sparked something in me. I was trying to find an art form. I played music and did all kinds of different things, and it was like, this is all the art combined. How cool is this? So I've just been on that path, been living it for like 20 years now. We founded the production company 12 years ago. We made a feature-length documentary that got released in 2017 about letterpress printing, which had pretty good success. We got that funded through Kickstarter. We got about $100,000 total to make it. We traveled to all over the Midwest and the United States. It film screened after it was done. It premiered at the Country Music Hall of Fame in Nashville, and like all over the world, Jakarta, New Zealand, throughout the United States. And since then, I've just been continuing to make short projects and things for clients, and trying to find ways to get other big projects up and off the ground.
Hi, my name is Haley Semian. I got my start in actually making documentary films about 4 years ago. I work as a videographer at Indiana University, Bloomington, and we kind of staged a coup inside IU and was able to make documentary series before they'd be prioritized to those things. So we really lucked out. And I worked on two main series. The first one is a series called IU 2020 that followed 12 different students across their entire 4 years at Indiana University. And then we were contacted by the Archives of African American Music and Culture. And the director, Dr. Tyron Cooper over there, was like, I think I want to do some videos, showcasing our donors here and them talking about their materials. And I worked with another documentarian, Ethan Gill, who now works at the Children's Museum. And we, of course, are very idealistic, so we turned it into a full-blown documentary series from, in 2020 getting Zoom interviews to now going to California and interviewing the Calloway brothers from Midnight Star, if you know them. So we've got to do some really cool stuff, and we are now working with this musician, Mickey Tucker, and he donated a composition that he was funded to make back in the 70s that never got played, and I think this happens a lot with black composers, that they don't, there's not enough funding, or just composers in general, there's not enough funding to get it played. So Dr. Tyron Cooper, in collaboration with the Bloomington Symphony Orchestra, we all got together and made it happen for him to get his piece played. So that will be our next documentary, focusing on him and how we got this archival piece to now further his legacy. And so it's an interesting way to do a documentary with an archive, about an archive, and about people's lives within it. So.
I think it reaches. Hello everyone, my name is Andre. I have always loved storytelling. I started as more represent groups that are underrepresented. Right now, we're finishing a short documentary about two refugees in the Midwest who put on a art show about the intersectionality of their cultures, even though they're from countries that are in two separate continents. Working with, and then also another about a group of Congolese refugees doing urban farm in Indiana, and recently finished a short documentary about women's rights. So that sums me up.
Well, as you heard, there's a lot of different ways and reasons people get into this work. There's no one cookie cutter formula or piece of advice I can suggest, but I would ask everyone, we talked a little bit about this before this started. I would say, if there's one piece of advice that you might offer for people, I presume this crowd here are interested in documentaries and emerging filmmakers. Do you have a piece of advice that has served you that you might want to share with this crowd? And that's a wide open question. And maybe I'll jump into one question.
I feel like my advice will probably be the same advice that everyone's, which is just start doing it. I think even though you do need funding for documentaries, I think there's a slight less barrier to entry than narratives, especially these days with the technology that we have at our fingertips. And I think you don't need fancy, cinematography and fancy stuff in order to tell a really authentic, moving, powerful story. So if you see a story that lights something up in you, just follow that thread. And also, I think for me, the key has been relationship building with the subjects. It's really important that you have that trust. With my film 50 Little Birds that I did about my friend Jeff Davis, it kind of started out very surface level, and then we just had conversations one-on-one, which then led us to realize that we both have PTSD and we have very similar backgrounds, and then all of that narrative is what ended up being in the film because he trusted me to tell his story authentically. So relationships, super important.
Just a show of hands, who's made a film in this room? Awesome, great. Congratulations, because it's not an easy thing to do, as you probably found out. My piece of advice is to recognize that it's a team effort. You can make a documentary by or make it by yourself, but if you keep doing it in the long run, you're going to learn that you need more people around you. And you hear the advice all the time: surround yourself with people who are better at the things that you are. Be humble, understand what you are good at, or what you want to improve at, or what just energizes you. For me, the technical parts of the camera was just not something that I was interested in figuring out and had the patience for. But coming up with the ideas, interviewing subjects, getting to know them, that's what energizes me. And finding the people who are good at getting you there, figuring out what the schedule of the day is, all those things. Just go out and make stuff and learn what all the different parts are and do, and start to build your sort of squad. And then everybody kind of shift roles and see, maybe actually now that I knew what that job was, I like that better. But yeah, get out there and just start doing it with other people. And I think in documentary specifically, finding a subject that is close to you, that you have access to tell. If you have a family member who had an interesting story that you want to share, and it may not have to be some big monumental life-changing thing, but some anecdote from their life. You can make a 1-minute documentary about the time your uncle broke his arm or something. But yeah, just get out there and start doing it pretty much.
Yeah, I love collaboration so much. So I think that's huge. But I think a couple things is, one, there's always a way. There's always a way to get it done. And if you just adjust the parameters and open your mind to like different and new solutions, and to start where you are, because I'm sure, as you know, in Indianapolis, there's so many interesting stories here to be told, and so much going on that there's so many things that I would love to share about Indianapolis. And so really simple, just there's always a way, and you know, look around your community, and there's so many stories there. And then I'm a huge proponent of research. Like, I am obsessive about my research, so I really want to make sure that the stories I'm telling it in the voice of that person. And so I really want to put myself in their position and understand the context of their life story. So for an example, we were doing a documentary on a woman, and I found her like middle school yearbook photo, and attached to it was their address. And so I like looked on Google Maps and like looked around in the area, and then researched that area, and just trying to put myself in the shoes, but also like just on a human level, trying to tell the story in a way that feels the most authentic to them. So.
Awesome. I'm gonna try to say something different. When I see a lot of documentary films, especially in the Indiana circuit, I feel like people underestimate how hard making a documentary is, and the soft skills needed to communicate, and the understanding of story. It's more complex than pointing the camera at someone and just asking questions, and then in the end it will figure out what happened. It's useful to learn from narrative film, the structure of stories, and what makes stories in general interesting, to lead you in a way that you hold into views and structure the stories.
I was just going to add one thing as I pass the mic back. I think another thing to consider too when you're first getting started, if you need like an easier way to go about it, would be audio documentaries, because it's still sharpening the same skills, and it's easier to make. You can go out with your iPhone and record someone, or record them over Zoom, and do really compelling work, like in the form of a podcast. Or some of my favorite like nonfiction content is actually in the podcast realm.
What Andre said reminded me of this. Is just there's no like one singular way to do a documentary. I think there is this like stereotype of like the Ken Burns historical documentary is the only way that you make a documentary, but there are so many different approaches. It's way more diverse than you think it is. None of my films have had the same type of storytelling approach. And then just recently, I asked Andrew, like, give me a list of your favorite docs so I can watch them, because he watches different styles of docs than I do, and that's going to give me inspiration for how to maybe do my next projects.
That's all collectively great advice. I'll just add, I'll throw out a couple of names of organizations that you might want to check out to meet up with other documentary filmmakers, or tips. Well, one here in Indiana, you know, Who Docs, and Rocky Wall's Who Docs, which started about 3 or 4 years ago. How many people here know about Who Docs? Took you just a couple of you. So check that out, Whodocs, HOODOX.com. They are a nonprofit that exists to support and distribute Indiana documentaries. Another organization that I've been a member of since the beginning, more than 20 years, is called the D Word, D-word.com, and it's a network of documentary filmmakers with forums and weekly meetups, and they've been invaluable for me. And then there's another organization called DocuLink, DocuLink.org, think.org, DocuLink. Same idea as the D Word, just you can ask questions, meet people. You know, sometimes, or you might have your own local community, but I think just to the point of collaboration, you know, it's usually it takes more than yourself to do it, and it's, for me, more rewarding and more fun. We could talk more about fundraising and distribution. That's a whole other conversation in the world. But I think we just have a few minutes left. So, questions? Who's got a question? Yes, in the back.
Absolutely. Hi, I'm Rocco. I'm from IU. We got some fellow Hoosiers up here. So I just want to shout out. So I was just wondering if there was kind of any like particular way that all of you kind of like, where like you find your ideas for a documentary, or if like there's kind of like if there's like a consistent way that you guys find stories or anything that kind of like that.
I think Hannah, maybe all of you, kind of specifically mentioned, you know, the idea of just, you know, somebody or something that just grabs you. Sometimes the stories find you. So like in my case, like I said, I didn't study filmmaking, but my first film was about a Peruvian dancer who became like a sister to me. And, you know, I just had to tell her story. But again, different people make films for different reasons and have different motives. Don't forget, there are works for hire. I mean, some people are documentary filmmakers who are getting hired, you know, to make films. So that motive could be a little bit different. I mean, hopefully they still have the interest and the personal connection, but, you know, but for me, I'll let everybody else answer that, but for me, you know, it's making a story about somebody that I just can't stop thinking about, and also that I really like, because I'm not one of those filmmakers who like, I'm going to spend 2 years or whatever making a story about somebody who's doing some really important work, but I don't really have a connection with. Like for me, I have to, because I'm spending a lot of time with them, and I have to really like them, and vice versa. That's just me.
Yeah, I would say like half of the films that I've done have been topics that I like personally found interesting, or with the example of my friend Jeff, like I knew that there was something there because I could feel like under the surface that there was some connection, and I just like pulled the thread until it like came out. But I will say also, like, don't be afraid of doing grant-funded work that's within a very specific topic. So I've done 2 documentaries for Indiana Humanities about the White River, and I've also done a documentary when I was in college about Indiana's gas boom, so it's a historic documentary. And both of those were like rough parameters. Like we are looking for stories about how Hoosiers interact with waterways in the state. And, you know, then I made the net makers, and I was approached by an IU professor about like, here's these 2 men that I know that have been like making these nets that are like hundreds of years old, and they're the last people who are making these nets by hand in the state, you know, and it's like that. I'm a vegan. I don't even care about fish, like at all. So I didn't have like a vested interest in it, but there was something about this, the fact that they were doing a craft that I really appreciated that like was disappearing, and I wanted to help capture that. And you know, meeting them and talking to them, they then ended up reminding me so much of my grandfather, who was also from Southern Indiana. And so then I had that emotional connection. And so just don't be afraid to seek out resources like a grant, you know, because it's, to, you know, Andrew's point, sharpening your skills. You know, you're still making a story, and you're still putting, you know, your all into it, even if it's not like the story that's most important to you in the world. So just seek out those opportunities, because if you can get funding to make a little something, like, that's great.
My one-word answer to that question would be Reddit. There's a lot of crazy stuff on Reddit that would make for great documentaries. But I think there's also this, it's universal to all filmmaking, not just nonfiction. They say write what you know. You know, so if you have a hobby or an interest or something that is you already know about and you have some sort of like expertise or position on, explore that, follow what energizes you. Yeah, don't make, it's, because it, again, I think it's all about like, there's an endurance element to making a documentary film, and you've got to be interested in it. I just wouldn't make a project or something that like this doesn't interest me. And then I think building on that, like what I think is great about documentary is the idea of like the pen is mightier than the sword. And there are some things that we just feel compelled to talk about, whether that's some injustice that you have, witnessed or see someone in your life has experienced. I'm trying to develop a documentary about people's relationship with trees, because I think it's important to remind humans that we are part of the natural order. We're not separate from that. And that's just something I'm passionate about and a message that I want to share. So I think you can look within yourself, for some of that stuff. But then once you have that baseline idea, then it's a matter of doing the research, hop on Reddit, get on / whatever you're interested in, and see what's out there.
Yeah, I guess for me, I think it's important to share stories that haven't been told yet and not try to remake a different version of what we've already seen before. So really looking for those stories and being in good community with the people around you, like listening to theirs, like just hearing them out on the day-to-day, like, talking with people, and then you'll come across and you'll find someone that really piques your interest, and that you're like, I have to get this out. So that's it.
I think everything that we said has been said. I will just reiterate the point to be interested in things, and the more you're interested and passionate about things in general, not for its own sake and not for the sake of making a documentary, in my opinion, the documentary idea comes second. Like, oh, this thing is so interesting, I could take it, and then the idea comes like, oh, I could take it this way in terms of the actual story. So be interested in things and engage with those interests and see where that takes you.
Random thing that I meant to mention earlier, sorry, is if you haven't been to Indie Shorts, which is the Heartland Films Short Film Festival, which is going to be at the end of July, highly encourage it. I started going to that festival when the shorts were still integrated into the main one when I was like 14 or 15, and my mom and I would go together and we would specifically go to see the shorts collections, because the massive amount of subject matter that you see if you just go to you've seen like 15 to 20 films now, like all on different topics. It's just a great way to get immersed in just a diverse amount of approaches and topics, and it can really like inspire you and make you think of topics to yourself.
Believe we're out of time? Okay. Well, thank you so much for being here. I learned a lot. I'm inspired by hearing you guys. And I guess I'm going to stick around. I think everybody's going to be sticking around. Okay. So, come and talk with us more. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Keep it going for them. Keep it going. That was beautiful, right?
Woo!
I don't believe you.
Yeah.
We're only 30 minutes in, and so many gems have already been dropped. Make sure that y'all are utilizing these resources that will be in the building all day today. Make sure y'all are asking questions, interacting with them, and you might learn something. So we are going to take a quick 10-minute break, just a little transition period, so you can go and have your picture taken up on the red carpet. If you go up through these doors, you can go to the concessions to grab some snacks, and we will reconvene in 10 minutes for the screening. All right?
All right. All right.
How's it going, guys?
gorgeous.
He's gorgeous.
right. I like that. So we are about to get into the documentary portion of our screenings. Do we have any other filmmakers in the room? Woo! I know that's right. I cannot wait to see y'all films. I'm super excited. Let's get it going. Y'all ready for the first film? Yeah. Let's go.
Henry Steele Commager reminds us that historically Americans have been the people most tolerant of, indeed enthusiastic about change. To cling to the past or to try to preserve the status quo intact is to go backward. Change does not assure progress, but progress implacably requires change.
In the early 1960s, Ball State Teachers College aimed to be a more prominent and independent institution. Administrators at the college created their own board of trustees, allowing them to separate the college's governance from Indiana State in 1961. On February 8, 1965, Governor Roger Brannigan signed the bill granting Ball State status as an official university, initiating new facilities, housing options, and offices for faculty and students. John R. Emmons, the university's sixth president, grew the campus from 5,027 students to 13,524 students during his tenure, sending Ball State University into its largest expansion in history.
I don't think that the emerging universities are being given a fair share of support for higher education, not because of any deep-dyed plot or any sinister motivation or any purposeful activity on anybody's part, but merely because the American people still don't realize how important they are to them. I think the significance of the emerging institution is still not fully realized by most Americans.
While many white students were excited about Ball State's growth, Black students did not have the same opportunities to take part in the university's development due to the lack of housing and space for the Black community. This led many students of color to seek out a better alternative. The lack of a community space for Black students on campus led them to search for off-campus housing. This caught the attention of the university's administration, forcing them to address the much larger issue of race.
As a result of being a small group on a predominantly white campus, we naturally gravitated to each other. And doing that, we sort of insulated ourselves when it came to addressing different needs or situations or issues. We were able to actually name every African American student on campus. We knew them all, which tells you there weren't that many. You know, we knew them all. We could name every African American student on campus. That created a situation where the university started to evolve and started to expand and grow in a lot of ways.
At the time, Muncie's neighborhoods were segregated due to redlining and decades of exclusionary neighborhood covenant language. This began to change in the late 1960s, yet Black students on campus continued to face housing discrimination off campus as they pursued their education.
as I was looking at these multiple sheets of paper and about to leave the housing office, I'm not exactly sure, I don't remember the gentleman's name, but he said to me, "Here, let me have that list back." And he handed me a second list. And he said, "Look, disregard the first list. If you go to any of those, they're close to campus, but you'll probably be insulted. Let me give you another list of housing that's located out in the African American community." And so I took that list and found a couple of places that I thought were fairly close, and I made inquiries there.
Although students of color were allowed to live on campus, many opted to live with Muncie community members in the predominantly African American neighborhoods of Whiteley and Industry.
The Muncie community and the Ball State environment were all dealing with society in transition. The whole world was dealing with society in transition. And the whole world did not have answers. So it was sort of naive on the part of us to think that Ball State was ready for these massive changes. At the same time, we came in with a level of expectations that were brought from traditionally urban areas into Middletown that were probably not reasonable at the same time also.
While Black students found ways to deal with the housing problem, the true solution was missing. Many students were upset by the lack of action from the school administration and wanted change, so they protested.
They were recognizing the 50th anniversary of John R. Emmons, and it was over in Emmons Auditorium, and it was being televised within Indiana. We had approached the administration about some things that we felt that were important. One of them was what we called a Black House at that point, but it really is more of a special programs house, more teachers who were responsive to Black students. We were not really getting the responses that we felt were appropriate. And again, a lot of that was being handled by Dean Kenneth Collier. Our thought was that we're not going to really get the response that we need unless we try alternative means. So during this address and this recognition process, we put 2 students in the middle of every row in Emmons Auditorium, every row. And when John R. Emmons rose to speak, we all stood up and exited to each end of the row, which meant that we disrupted the entire program. And we just did it quietly, no comment, left the building. There was feedback. How dare they, a lot of anger, a lot of emotion initially. But I think through that, we were able to get the ear of some people, and that began some of the dialogue that was really necessary. Disruption of John R. because everybody was there. Everybody who is anybody in education was there. They didn't know.
The administration swiftly responded by electing an ad hoc committee to assess the housing situation for Black students on campus, eventually coming to the conclusion that many were dropping out significantly earlier than other groups. Due to the poor results, the committee concluded that a director of special programs position would be essential for the upcoming fall semester. The university hired George Davis as the first director of special programs to start in the fall semester. This position would address all academically at-risk students and eventually expand drastically, becoming what is known today as Ball State's Multicultural Center.
This is Ball State University, a Midwestern institution that houses almost 15,000 students. It's typical of many universities across the country, but with one exception. They've decided that someone needs to take an interest in those students who come to college only marginally prepared. Forecasts call for this student to suffer great academic difficulty, probably fail at the end of the first term. Hoping to reverse this trend, Ball State has accepted 50 of these marginal students and extended a helping hand through the aid of an experimental program titled DECEP, the Directed Admission Student Experimental Program. The DECEP concept is not a new one. It's merely the result of one man expanding several other ideas and molding them into one. That man is the Director of Special Programs at Ball State, George Davis.
The DECEP concept is an idea in the form of a program designed to increase the chances of academic success of our students. I tell them that in spite of what the university has said about 75 to 90% of them flunking out at the end of their freshman year, that I believe each of them can succeed after 4 years of work.
The big question now is, will these students be able to compete in regular college work? Will they be able to survive? Only time will tell.
As the year went on, many major historical events unfolded, causing many students to wake up to the injustices around them.
You know what? In our church, we grew up with two things: being encouraged and exposed to anything that was good and that could make you better, or that could broaden your experiences. So we had people who, and once Dr. King Jr. got famous, we had people all the time in there. When John F. Kennedy was assassinated, he came home to his dad. He was very shaken, and he said, "That's the way I'm gonna go." He knew that was gonna happen. I am not sure he knew that night either. I don't know what happened with him that night, because that speech, I was like, woo, how did he know? Was there a vision? What? But I imagine if Kennedy hadn't happened, I would have been more shaken, but it moved me to the activism part, to the support part. It did not touch me heart-wise, because it wasn't a real surprise, because their house had been blown up and all that stuff, and the FBI had been taping it and all. I knew about that stuff, so I was not surprised, but I felt the need to be there and to stand up for it. So I was there, but I remember looking back, and I had never seen that many people in my life. Just a lot of people. I don't know how they came up with the number, but I don't think it was accurate. But there were people on the street, and then there were people who were marching.
Seeing little to no change in the advocacy for Black students on campus, a group of white students and Muncie community members in the fall semester began The Only Alternative, an underground newspaper that ran from 1968 to 1971. The Only Alternative exposed readers to the realities of the Vietnam War and the Black student movements across the country, alongside subsequent protests. The paper advocating for Black students on campus created a catalyst for white allyship. The importance of white students utilizing their privileges responsibly gave the Black student movement on Ball State's campus the traction they needed to be heard. This perfect storm of advocacy in this soon-to-be nationwide newspaper fueled the fire in the Midwest to progress. In the November 1968 edition of The Only Alternative, the students published the Black Student Demand Letter.
The new president of Ball State University has regulated the responsibility but not the power to act on the problems of the Black students. We call upon the president to act now on questions plaguing the Black students and not to pass the buck down of the chain of commands to subordinates unable to handle the problems.
As George Davis began to build the community foundation for academically struggling students on campus, many Black students were left wondering what changes would actually be made to assist them due to the wide assortments of responsibilities delegated to Mr. Davis. While DECEP was addressing many academic struggles, the general student body did not mesh well with those in the program. The Black student groups had no means to establish themselves as an official group on campus, leaving Black students without a space for community. Given the Only Alternative's position on campus, George Davis was willing to speak with students in a candid conversation on how the transition was going.
When this program was first being set up, some of the black students that found out about it expressed their opinion that the university was bringing in someone who would, in effect, neutralize their efforts that had up to that time been directed towards President Dr. Emmons and the VP of Student Affairs, Dr. Barrell. They apparently saw you as an effort to rechannel their grievances to where nothing meaningful would be done about them. For this reason, the black students told us that you were an Uncle Tom. Do you believe that this charge has any validity?
Well, first, the job assignment strikes me as being two token kinds of things, and no one verifies this for obvious reasons, but I suspect that the person who's scheduled to take this job would have been expected to do basically none of the things that I've tried to do. No money was appropriated for the tasks that were at hand. There was no office space, no desk, no secretary, all of which reinforced my suspicion that there was very little serious consideration attached to the job's responsibility. I know that some of the black students were suspicious, and justifiably so, for the administration that had kept conditions undesirable for these students was the same administration that hired me, and administrators don't go out and purposely hire people to come in and rock the boat. I don't make a lot of noise, but frequently I speak, and generally I'm heard. There will be a lot of people who will be happy when I leave.
Mr. Davis, we're running short on time. In closing, would you attempt to tell us what you see for the future?
In December, I spent part of my Christmas vacation in the hospital suffering from hypertension. The doctor told me that 3 jobs were for 3 men. I was willing to give 4 or 5 months of unreasonably hard and tenacious work to get the program started to prove to myself and the university that these programs are worthwhile. All of them have merit and profound potential. I suspect we're at a crossroads. It is time now that the university must stand and be counted, for if the administration is not committed to the ideals of these programs, nothing further can happen of a positive nature. The university must make a decision to support the programs with its resources as well as with words.
In the 1969 spring semester, Davis brought the demand letter himself to the Human Relations Committee, emphasizing the importance of the students' demands and additional faculty and financial support to special programs. Additionally, Davis developed the African American Studies program and proposed it to the committee, establishing Ball State's first African American Studies minor. Davis's efforts led to Ball State implementing the first Black History Week in February of 1969. The student body participated in a keynote address, art show, and fashion show under the theme, The Significance of Soul. The overload of work and health issues caused by the stress of the position led Mr. Davis to his resignation in the summer of 1969. With special programs established in the Ball State community, the university looked to Dr. Robert Foster, a Muncie native and community activist, to fill the role and expand its community outreach. Hired in September of 1969, Dr. Foster was known at the time for being the first Black principal in Muncie's school district. His role in the Office of Special Programs aimed to help DASEP and continue supporting Black community on campus. Not long after, Robert Bob Cody, a varsity football player and alumni, was hired as the first Assistant Director of Special Programs in October of 1969. His role in the Office of Special Programs was faculty overseer of all prominent Black groups on campus.
There was a need for it in order to further incorporate Black students into the university setting, to involve students. Not saying that there wasn't residence hall activities and opportunities, and perhaps there were not enough of those activities on campus. You also have the backdrop of the nation and what was happening at other places. There needed to be some guidance available. There needed to be people on campus encouraging students to become involved.
With more funding and administrative support, the Office of Special Programs established and developed a rapidly expanding community for Black students on campus. Dr. Foster's first event established the Miss Black Ball State pageant.
Miss Black Ball State was a pageant program that ultimately cultivated to allow Black women to feel seen with their natural hair, with their melanated skin, with their dress, and with their identity of who they are. They were able to be celebrated and identified and honored for who they are. And so that really allowed them to just feel seen. And I think that's why it was important for Ball State to have that, because Black women were so marginalized on campus. And so I think that this allowed them to have that voice and that they can be honored and recognized for who they were.
The Black Student Union was officially recognized as a campus organization in 1969, and in 1974, the Afro-American Student Alliance was renamed Black Student Alliance. The organization established Black History Month, Miss Black Ball State, various student newspapers, and Black community spaces on and off campus. Additionally, the office helped support emerging sororal and fraternal groups on campus.
I was a member of a sorority that was called Kappa Sigma, which was a independent sorority. It was not. It was only on this campus. And so at some point in 1968, I think in November 1968, they were able to become part of the national Alpha Kappa Alpha.
I was coming out of high school in 1968. Things were very turbulent in the country. And it was like I found a safe group, a safe place to interact and be with those that have some of the same goals you do, lacking prejudices and that kind of thing that I had really had experience with in high school.
With such expansive growth in the midst of a year, Dr. Foster proposed an Afro-American Center for Black students on campus. The proposal was met with hesitation due to a lack of understanding from the board on the importance of an all-Black space on a predominantly white campus. Instead, the administration granted the proposed space to all underrepresented students. This proposal would become the first special programs house.
Not everybody appreciated the special programs house. There were students, let me tell you, in 1970 when that happened, who were upset, and they came and sat down and sat in the lounge of the building to let us know that they did not want a special programs house. They wanted a cultural center. I don't think that was appreciated, but I think with time the building was appreciated, even though it did not carry the name. And in writing the proposal for the building, I did not choose that particular name. I had Cultural Center involved in it. But the decision to work with what we had and to have a library there, which at that time was called the Malcolm X Memorial Library, we tried to show students that we did in fact care about them.
Many Black student groups were established during this period, such as Lil Sis Big Sis, Academic Opportunity Program, and Black Leadership Conference. These efforts further improved the retention of Black students on campus and utilized the Special Programs House space to do so. Foster stepped into both the director and assistant director role after Cody stepped down in 1984. Dr. Foster served in this position until 1987. During this time, Ball State reevaluated the responsibilities of both positions, concluding the assistant director role was more essential under student services, leaving the director role once again solely responsible for the entire Special Programs Office and the groups housed inside. This left many students worried and questioning what was to come. A nationwide search was underway to find the best fit for this important role.
The office was known actually among the kids as the Black House. That was their house. And it took me a long time to break up from seeing that too, but at any rate, it was their house. But those who embraced that were mostly seniors. I just had to bear that resistance for a short period. But I had, in the process, I had to bring those sophomores, whatever juniors were left, along with me on the journey of understanding that they were not the only one and that they'd have to give that up.
Dr. Brenda Green stepped forward into the director role, bringing new energy into the office, advocating heavily for all underrepresented students to be aware of their opportunities on campus.
Again, getting them to mix, getting them to understand, because my goal was inclusivity, right? And that's what that's involved everybody, the community people, the campus at large. We had folks come and talk about what they did, the organizations all across.
Allowing students the space to advocate for their needs to the administration directly granted a sense of trust between the ability of the students, the newly updated Multicultural Affairs Office, and the administration to create a more inclusive environment. Dr. Green created Excel, a program to help Black students have a smoother transition into a predominantly white institution. The first LGBTQIA+ group on campus, known today as Spectrum, emerged during this time, as well as the Asian American Student Association and Native American Student Association.
We have a responsibility to prepare these students for their life, not ours. It's difficult. You have to understand. Most predominantly white institutions were set up for white kids. There's nothing wrong with that. That's what it was set up for. But you have to also understand that there has to be some adjustments now that you have students who are not white. So what the office does is to help the institution meet that particular need.
With the director position opening once again in 2000, a reevaluation of the role and the office was changed to what we know today as the Multicultural Center. Due to low staffing, the student organizations under the Multicultural Center were placed under Student Leadership and Services programs, causing a major divide in support between the center and the student groups. The students had access to the Multicultural Center as a resource, but it was no longer the vibrant and well-rounded space it had been. Many Black students voiced concerns over the university's handling of the situation, once again feeling left in the dark on where to go for support.
With my experience of being tokenized, I feel like really it's so much duality to it. I'm either looked over or they're like praising me for like the smallest things that I do.
Going to a PWI, I oftentimes felt like, I don't know, I felt like since there weren't many Black people in my classes, I felt like I had to be the example, or not the example, but I had to put forth like my best behavior so that they wouldn't think negatively about myself and about, my community.
Being a Black woman on campus means that I have to watch what I do and what I say, because I will say, I don't even really mean this to brag, that a lot of people know who I am. And because of that, I feel like I am always thinking about my next move, right? Because if somebody catches me off guard, then somebody's going to say, look at Imani. Well, maybe she isn't a great filmmaker out to be. I don't think that necessarily even has to do with being a Black woman. I think it just has to do with being in a positive light all the time. I don't think I'm afforded the opportunity to be mediocre. I don't think a lot of Black people in general who are in spaces like these, in high places or in the spotlight, have the opportunity to just be average. I don't think I'm afforded that opportunity, and that's okay, I guess. But for other Black women like me who want a break, I just wish sometimes we could be normal.
Students in the original multicultural organizations were left to fend for themselves in separate offices for 20 years. While the aid of the office was still prevalent on campus, the support was drastically different. This gap created a ripple effect that current students are still facing in the 2020s. Black students knew from speaking with alumni that the foundation for their community was there. They just needed to revive it on their own terms. Seeing the historical importance the Multicultural Center had on underrepresented groups, President Jeffrey Mearns, alongside Assistant Director Bobby Steele, began planning for the new building, one large enough to house all the multicultural organizations in the center of campus. The Board of Trustees approved a $4 million budget for a new facility in May of 2018. Construction was completed in October of 2021. Granting the original student organizations access back to utilizing the Multicultural Center's facilities has sparked a revival in the community.
I hope that Black students are able to come to Ball State and have all of the kinds of unique and fulfilling and eye-opening and illuminating experiences I had without having to run themselves ragged to get there. Like, I hope that Black students in the future are able to say, yeah, I'll do a leadership role or two, but not feel the need to completely wrap their identity up in the work that they're doing or feel the need to give themselves completely to the institution to be able to get anything back from it.
Whether it be through protests, publications, community events, or a student's presence on campus, Black students have broken the rigid and discriminatory mold of academia and formed their own communities to support and overcome the challenges of an aging academic system.
The Black experience at a PWI is a challenging one, to say the least, and it's really up to administration to find the resources or amenities or the people necessary to alleviate that stress, right? When you walk into a class and you're the only Black person there, which is my experience most of the time, you feel like you become a representative of the Black experience in general, which is unfair. It is up to faculty, it's up to the university to fill in those gaps. So the Black person and the Black student that's in that class doesn't feel the need to have all the responses. You know, I've never had this experience, but I know plenty of Black students that have this experience where a professor will be talking about something that relates to Black people. And they turn to the Black student to say, is this right? It's not the Black student's job to determine whether or not that piece of information is right or not, because Black people are not a monolith. Because there are so few of us on campus, we become representatives of the Black experience in general, which is completely unfair because not all people can discuss one particular type of experience. That's why faculty and administration have to be educated about so many different types of experiences so they can teach their students, regardless of race, about the importance of the Black experience. Black student, that doesn't have to lie on the shoulders of Black students, and it shouldn't.
Rejoicing, right? I am from fireworks. From super speed and sonic screwdrivers. I am from the beauty of snow. It was the first thing I saw when entering Indiana. I am from cheesy old sitcoms, which episodes I can remember word for word, memory for memory. I am from Dunder Mifflin and the Death Star, from Travis and Sarah. I am from the desolation of tornadoes and the building of stories, from the smell of joy and death. I am from the great state of Oklahoma, which is always debated if it is a southern state or not. I am from failed finger paints and french fries, big dogs and big families. From silly songs of love and silly squid noises. Late night and early morning gaming, laughing and crying at the movies, fun laughs and furious arguments. I am from those moments, and from more unmentioned more, and from more undiscovered more.
Hi everyone! My good friends Tyrell Smith and Tyree Smith invited me to welcome you to enjoy their first film. Yes, we are twins, but we are different. And together, we help fight autism. Enjoy the show!
Quiet on set, quiet on set. And action! Now let's go learn about autism.
And we are back, RadioNext.tv and the Jumbo Love Show, going on 11 years of all community all the time. And if you've been listening, you know autism is special and near and dear to my heart. And I'm obliged today to have behavior consultant Bianca Britton in the house with us, and the man, the myth, the legend, Mr. Tyrell Smith, author and director of the upcoming movie, Yes, We Are Twins, But We Are Different. Tyrell, welcome into the Jumbo Love Show.
Hi, thanks for having me.
How you been doing, man?
I've been good on this ever since I last came here, yeah.
Absolutely. I want to ask you a few questions before Bianca and I talk about autism. Okay. First of all, what made you decide to create a movie off of the book that you put out?
Well, I didn't really think about it at first. I just thought about my idol, Tyler Perry. And then I thought maybe if he can do it, I can do it too, because I'm a 10-year-old, and 10-year-olds are the future, so yeah.
Absolutely. So tell me what you know about autism. What would make that special to you for the people who don't know?
I only know that autism is not a disability or a liability. It's just something that people have, and it's not like a disease or something bad. So, yeah.
Awesome, awesome. Just a little bit of personal business about Mr. Tyrell Smith. Where do you go to school? What grade are you in?
Oh, I'm in 4th grade, and I go to PLA 103.
And what are your favorite subjects in school?
I like reading, science, social studies.
And I know that you said that you want to grow up to be in the movies and produce film, and Tyler Perry has influenced you. Are there any other filmmakers out there that inspire you?
Oh yeah, my publisher for my book, Dolores Thornton, yes.
Oh, that is awesome. Bianca, let's turn it to you just for a minute, because autism became near and dear to my heart by doing the Jumbo Love Show and having a doctor in who just started explaining some of the discrepancies, first of all, with the African American community as it relates to autism, being diagnosed early, being treated early, and how it affected our community. Tell me a little bit about you and what made you drift into the world of autism.
So I actually have an older sister who's in the field as well, and she's a director for a company that works with individuals on the spectrum. And so I knew that I wanted to be in the service of other people, but also I wanted to be in the service of other people where it was also rewarding. And to me, working with clients and seeing the benefits and so much that I put in, and then how it impacts them or their family, is something that really kind of drove me to the field, or wanted to be in the service of ABA.
Now, Bianca, it was important that I had a behavior consultant in today to really explain to people, the lay people out here, what autism is, because not one case is like the other. I know that explaining it is difficult, but just give to the lay people some things that they might want to notice and consider when your child might be autistic.
I think that's definitely something important to point out, because a lot of people feel that if one person has autism, then autism looks the same across the spectrum. That's why we have a spectrum, because it's different. So even in my profession and what I do, I have to go by a case-to-case basis, because a tantrum might look like this way for this individual or this client, but it may look different for another. So you can't go in with the mindset of a closed mind to say, hey, because I did this with this client, that over here this client is going to have this tantrum, and this is how you work on this behavior. As I mentioned earlier, it is a case-to-case basis. And something that I would like to point out is early diagnosis is very, very important to take those steps, so that the sooner the better. The sooner you get therapy or a behavior consultant, ABA therapy, the better the outcome for that individual.
Now, when you say early, when should we start taking note of our babies to start saying, hey, something was going on and now something's different? What ages will we start looking?
So they say early as 18 months, but I say if you see anything that's different, even from if you've had previous children, to take note of that and seek early detection or diagnosis for that. And I'd rather say be safe than sorry.
Now, some of those symptoms that we might look for, I know I'm not the behavior consultant, but I know that when the baby's personality might start dulling down after that baby was alert and happy.
Yes.
We also know that isolation for children is one of those things. Any other symptoms that we might want to look for?
Some specific behaviors you might see as they get older, like I mentioned, the tantrum behavior, maybe physical aggression, things like that, but definitely like the isolation that you mentioned, and kind of just like aloofness, or being away as a younger baby, that is something to pay close attention to. And also when the child is starting to speak, or if they are speaking words at all.
So a lot of what I'm hearing is, a lot of the times if we're slow to diagnose, then that means we have children going to school that might be on the spectrum that could get the proper care, but without them being diagnosed, we don't know. Let's talk about the school systems. Are they equipped, most school systems equipped, to handle children who might be on the spectrum?
I don't know how to really answer that. But there are some schools, I would say yes, and then I would say maybe other schools not so much, but there are schools that are able to assist. But I think it's best that if you've been diagnosed medically, to seek for the client or your child or that individual to possibly have ABA therapy.
Now, one last thing, as I always like to bring this point out, we don't see a lot of people of color in your position that are helping our children of color. How important is it, do you think, for us to have therapists and doctors who can ABA therapists and doctors who can diagnose children of color, and having more people of color coming to get early diagnosis and early treatment?
I think it's very important, and it's very important that you mentioned that, because we have to educate one another. And just like we're doing this today, this will help other people and people that look like us to understand what autism is, how to get a diagnosis, how to get the resources, the correct help. Because as Tyrell mentioned, it's not a disability, or it's not a something bad. It's just something that that individual might need help with, or therapy to get through. And it's nothing wrong with that. But as we mentioned earlier, we want to make sure that we get the correct resources that we need to help them to be better and get through those things, those steps.
Well, I want to thank you for bringing your expertise on and letting people know and just shedding a brighter light on autism. Tyrell Smith, I want to congratulate you on this documentary. Anything you want to say as we close up this segment?
Well, that's a wrap.
That's a wrap. Thank you very much. Jumbo Love will be back with you in a short.
If you're enjoying the movie, then make some noise! Regardless of gender and color, autism affects everyone. We're stronger together.
Me and my family are going to shoot some hoops.
Hey, are you enjoying the film? Then make some noise!
Final check. Scene 1, take 6, and action.
Hello, and welcome to Him by Her Collegiate School for the Arts. I am Cicely Smith, the Director of Community Resources and Development. We welcome you to our end of the school year program. We hope you enjoy this program. And now introducing Mary Meacham. Thank you.
Good evening. I'm Mary Meacham. So happy to be here with you this evening on this end of school year program. The teachers felt like since school was out and it was May, you wouldn't get to have a Juneteenth celebration. So they invited me in. Just to tell you a little bit about me. Even though I didn't have nothing to do with Juneteenth, I was a conductress on the Underground Railroad. You know, everybody talks about Harriet Tubman, and I admired her myself. But she was east of the Mississippi, and I was west of the Mississippi. I was born in Kentucky. I was married to John Berry Meacham. He was a slave out of Virginia, moved to Kentucky. I was a slave myself, and he purchased my freedom. See, he was good with his hands, and he was a cabinet maker into carpentry. Purchased my freedom, and we moved to St. Louis. I did most of my work on the Underground Railroad up and down the Mississippi River. We even started a school in a steamboat in 1847 when St. Louis had outlawed teaching colored kids and they weren't allowed in the schools. I did a lot of work up and down the Mississippi River, helped a lot of slaves. In 1855, I carried 9 slaves trying to cross the Mississippi into Illinois, which was a free state. Slave catchers and the law caught up with us, sent some of them back into slavery. Some of them just ran off, and I was arrested and sent to jail. But I would do it all over again because I loved my job on that old Underground Railroad. So when you think of the Underground Railroad and you think of freedom and you think of Juneteenth, remember old Mary Meacham on the St. Louis side, working up and down the Mississippi River. I want to thank you for having me here today. And I think now they're going to have some dances or something. Thank you.
Girls that's dancing first. All right, let's come on to the girls that's dancing. Hold on, I'm gonna have you wait really fast. Then we'll come back out and do our get your grades up skit, okay? All right, girls, we're gonna just go over this really quickly because this Juneteenth celebration is so important to us, okay? It is our Independence Day, ladies, so we gotta do this right. All right, let's make this quick because we only got a few moments, all right? So we're gonna start from you ladies first, doing your make a me part, all right? And 5, 6, 7, 8. Up, back, back, make a beat, and shake, 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 and 1, 2, 3, and 4. Up, and down, back, back, and 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and bam. Stay here. Girls, I want you to do that routine that she called salt shaker. Here we go. And 5, 6, 7, 8. 1 and 2, 3 and 4, 5 and 6, 7 and 8. And 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. All right, we'll do that pyramid something later. Come on back up. Spread back out. We're going to do this victory piece, okay? Remember, you guys don't have nothing to fear because you got Jesus on your side. Got that? Go over to this line, honey. Come on a little bit more. All right. 5, 6, 7, 8. I got that VICTORY. I got no reason to fear. I got Jesus on my side. I got that. Hey, I got that. I got that. I got that. Freeze. Here we go. This part. Every time you look up, you gon' see me win. Every time you look up, you gon' see me win. Don't go down. Go back. Every time you look up, you go see
learn a little bit about autism, and I also hope you enjoyed watching me and my brother play basketball, play music, and also learn about Juneteenth.
Because I did that. I love it. Does anybody have any questions for any of the filmmakers? Here?
Okay. This could be for all three of y'all, but what was like the courage that you had, the idea that you had in your head to pull that idea out and to actually turn that camera on and make your film, into this?
Yeah, so I made the last one, Burning Memory. Mine's a little bit more experimental in the way that it goes about it, but I sort of wanted to capture how I feel thinking back on Christmas time and like the nostalgia of that, and sort of capture that around the home that I grew up in, because that's something a lot of us look back on with like this nostalgia, and it's very much like a memory that we all have and that we go back and look on. So I just I brought out my camera and got some shots, and then I was like, I want more, so I did more and more shots, and I have stuff that's never ended up in the film itself, but I just wanted to capture what I felt like were the parts that I remembered most about Christmas and about living. So.
Well, for me, I already had a book based on the movie, so when I thought about it, like 10-year-old me said, my inspiration was from my idol Tyler Perry, and when I was I saw all his plays and all his movies, I was like, if he can do it, I can do it. So that's what I did, and I was just for me, my courage really was to show about autism and not to just have it as a book, because books are entertaining every once in a while, but most people really like to watch it nowadays. So that's what I did basically.
Mine was just a school assignment that my teacher thought was good enough. She said herself that it made her cry, so I'm like, okay, why not submit this stuff and ta-da.
Was it the Ball State one?
Mine was the one after the Ball State one.
Okay.
Which I'm like, that Ball State one was good. I feel sad that mine came after, because now that mine looks worse.
You still got it done. You get it.
Yeah, it was good. Absolutely. They were all beautiful to me. I absolutely loved them. Do we have any more questions for the filmmakers? One up here?
What was the biggest challenge you had to overcome to get your film here today? Get it made, get it out in the world?
My biggest challenge, I think, was making it interesting for me. I wanted to make something that was short, but also, it got across the message but didn't overstay its welcome too much, because something like this can just go for a long time, I feel like. And also just getting the cinematography right, because I'm not a huge cinematography, I don't feel like I'm super talented at that, so I was trying to get shots that I felt were interesting enough.
So I kind of agree on what she said. I was really trying to make it more entertaining, and also I was trying to make myself more entertaining. As you can see on the first scene, I was kind of messing around with my fingers, and I was moving around with my mouth. So it was a lot for me, because I don't know. So yeah.
My biggest challenge was procrastination. If you saw it, it was based off a poem by, who was it? George L. Lyon. I don't know how to pronounce her last name. And it was just, the assignment was simply make that poem your own, edit the words, change the words, and make it your own. And my biggest thing was procrastinating on trying to make that poem into my own, and trying to find the things to turn that was me.
One more. We have time for one more.
What did you learn from your process of making these projects that you'll take into your next work?
Yeah, I felt like I learned a lot. Watching it again, I'm I should have had the camera on the tripod the whole time, and I should have messed around more with setting up the sets in different ways, you know? So I feel like every film is a learning experience, and this one definitely, on my next project, I will make sure to pay more attention to a lot of different things, and just be more careful. But I really like how mine came out, but just every time I rewatch it, I'm I could have done this differently. So.
Yeah, once again, I kind of agree with what she said. I feel like I could have made it more better than what I did. Most of the times when I was just sitting there, or the whole basketball scene, I feel like I could have included more onto the story to show certain aspects of what happens at home with my brother who's diagnosed with autism, because you just never know. So yeah.
Well, one thing I learned is that I love the video editing process of making videos more than I like the writing. And I also learned that basically choose your shots well. Choose what you want well, or else something will happen, some mistake will be there that you won't notice until the day of that it gets presented to a large group of people.
Beautiful, beautiful. Another round of applause for We're going to take a quick 5-minute break to set up for our next panel, and we'll be right back.
I was sitting here like,
I'm excellent, how are you?
There you are, okay. Love it. Shaq, oh my god, dude. Come on. So I'm sitting here watching the documentaries and I'm like,
oh, me.
Pretty sure I left my stove on before I left. So, oh, somebody's checking right now, but are you serious? No, I'm still in Bloomington. Did you walk over the entire apartment complex and just hatched?
you all so much. Thank you for the introduction.
Thank you.
Gerald, thank you for letting me sit up here with
Brother,
you.
it's you, man.
No, star
and
power.
Deanna, she asked, so you know I'm gonna do anything for Deanna. So.
That's right, and thank you all for inviting us to be a part of the event. This is special, and looking forward to this Q&A. And I will go ahead and reveal that. So I'm Dr. Rodney Lawrence. I'm the director of the Black Film Center and Archive, which is the only repository in the world solely devoted to acquiring, preserving, and making accessible Black film and global Black film to the masses. And we're at Indiana University. So I was thrilled when IU alum Deanna Weatherly asked me to come and moderate this panel with Gerald, who is also an alum. You want to talk a little bit about yourself, and then we'll kind of dive into this session.
Yeah. So born and raised in Indianapolis, went to Indiana University. Had always wanted to be a filmmaker since like grade school. I'm an older guy, so when I was at IU, I had access to like a camcorder, which none of y'all probably even know about. It was a young crowd. And I'd always wanted to get into scripted movies, but I ended up being known as the brother on the campus with the camera, and I could edit. And so I started recording neophyte step shows, and I made a documentary about it like my junior year at IU. And so by the time I graduated from IU, and I was a sociology major and film studies minor. The media school wasn't really in existence back then. Got a grant and did what was my first documentary, Steppin'. And then, this is a long time ago, 1992, I'm still doing this. And then with Steppin', I ended up taking it to New York at the Independent Film Project and was fortunate enough to get national distribution for it. So that really kind of launched my career. And so since then, I've worked and produced and directed for a number of networks. ESPN, VH1, A&E Biography, CBS Sports Network, Urban Movie Channel, which is now all black, PBS. So very, very fortunate, very, very fortunate career. It's not been easy, to say the least, but I'm still doing it.
Absolutely, and this is great. And I want to say, I hope you all really take notice. I think that when Gerald says 1992, what we have to understand is that there weren't as many entry points into filmmaking in 1992. You know, there was not an iPhone that you could record movies with, right? And even if there were, like there are today, I want to encourage everybody to hone your craft and you know, pay attention to the ways in which you can construct and shoot and make films, because it's a grind and it's a lot of work. And so with that in mind, I think that when we come into these spaces, you know, when I started studying cinema, when I went to film school, I didn't know how involved filmmaking was, but I knew I loved films. And so one of the questions I always like to ask, and so I want to ask this, and I want to be transparent with you all. I have a list of questions that Deanna provided because she felt like these were very relevant. And so I will go there as well as ask some others, and you'll see me look at my phone to refer and make sure I get the question right. So that's all I'm doing. I'm not up here texting my friends, okay? But I want to ask, I just want to start very simply. The question, why movies? Or what is it about movies that made you do this? What is it?
You can't, it's truly like falling in love, as silly as it sounds. But, you know, I remember I was in 3rd grade, I think, and my father was a huge movie fan. My mother is a huge movie fan. And my father got me, we had a big snowstorm in the late 70s here in Indianapolis, and my father was like, hey, we're gonna go out today because there's something I want you to see. And so I'm this little kid, afro and all that other stuff, sitting in a movie theater and saw Close Encounters of the Third Kind by Steven Spielberg. And it just, you know, and I've heard the other filmmakers who were on an earlier panel, it's inexplicable. It's just something that's within you that you're like, this is what I want to do. It's, I don't want to go so far as to say it's a disease or I'm obsessed, but that's pretty close to that. But it always just felt like a natural extension of myself. I've always felt like filmmaking was my calling. I still believe that, and I've been doing it for 30 plus years. So yeah, I've never really had the safety net. I never really had the plan B. I've had other jobs since my first documentary, but I never thought about doing anything else.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
And I love hearing you describe why the movies, right? I oftentimes tell people that I have a relationship with movies, right? And they kind of look at me like what's wrong with this brother? What does that mean? Yeah. But I think you understand what I'm saying when I say I have a relationship with film, and it's so influential. And so it's always an honor for me to sit next to someone who is, you know, I'm a film historian, I'm a cultural studies scholar. It's always, and I've made films, I've shot films, so I know it's tough.
Right.
So it's a pleasure to always sit next to someone who is committed to creating projects and bringing it, and who has stayed the course particularly. So I want to, you know, first, can we give Gerald a round of applause on all he's accomplished so far? I mean, it's fantastic. So I'm going to look at my handy dandy list of questions here, man. And I want to talk to you then, moving into you know, the films you've made. You mentioned your start, but how is it that you conceive of concepts for your films when you're working on your own work versus maybe working in companies?
Yeah, that's a good distinction. So it's crazy as it sounds. You know, my company, we have probably about 7 different documentary projects going on right now, but they're just in different phases of production. Some are work for hire, so we just got hired to do a pilot for the Harlem Globetrotters, actually. So we're excited about that. But there's also, most of my work, I have to both raise the money and do the producing and directing. So we have a swimming documentary that we're working on right now that we're really excited about. We're still doing some fundraising, also talking to networks about what kind of distribution that we might be looking at it. So, you know, I really try to pride myself on having multiple projects with multiple sources of financing. So I call myself a creative schizophrenic because I have to be on point for every project. I'm not directing every project, but I'm at least producing every project. And so yeah, man, it's a grind, it's a hustle. I'm a little bit more wise since 1992 when I did my first documentary. You know, I love being in Indianapolis, and there's amazing talent. Where I see Andrew, I see Deja. This young lady I've heard about, I'm so sorry I forgot your name, but you're on the panel earlier. So there's a lot of talent here, and I feel my role now, since I've been in the game for a while, is to try to work with someone like Andrew and say, hey, I've got network contacts, I've got distribution possibilities. So I think my next phase is working with other filmmakers to make them think a little bit bigger outside of Indianapolis and Indiana. Heartland's great, Can is fantastic, I'm a board member here. WFYI, there's a Hudocs, which Rocky started, great outlets. But to be a viable business, which is what I try to do, you have to have not only a diversification of financing, but also a diversification of distribution. And usually that needs to be a national distribution deal or international distribution deal.
That's right. Yeah, I know. And that's what I think about how involved it is. So I really appreciate that, because I think you're touching on some really important things about the filmmaking process. So I'm wondering if you could, just for people who are learning positions, can you talk just a little bit about the difference between being a director and a producer?
Yeah, well, I'm sure other people have different interpretations.
Yeah.
For me, producing has always dealt with the business side of things.
Right.
And so it's the budget, which you have to have fidelity to budget to survive in this project. You have to stay true to your budget. It's distribution, it's hiring the crew, it's making sure the insurance is correct, it's making sure the licensing is correct. And that is a very tough, a very demanding part of producing. Again, the schizophrenic part. So I produce everything that I do. Although I have other producers I work with, I'm the boots on the ground producer. And then with directing, if I am directing the project, that's where the creative part comes in. And so directors are overseeing what the narrative is going to be. And so with that, I do, with documentaries, for me, probably the most important step is casting. Like, who am I going to talk to bring this narrative to life? And then I'm beyond fortunate to be working with the crew that I've been working with for many years. A lot of them are here in Indianapolis. My videographers, my editors, AP, visual designers. But to be honest, I think what's helped me be sustainable is a lot of my producing partners are out of Indiana, New York, DC, California. And these are producers who are doing this on a daily basis. It's not a hobby, it's not just here and there. They're grinding as well. And so over time, it's just been able to get us really well connected to the industry. We're in a position now where we can finally walk projects in to certain networks. It's taken us a long time to get to that position. But it's a grind, man, and so, but it's a holistic approach where I have to have really sound business acumen, hopefully, in how I approach it, because each project is like its own independent business. But then also, it's competitive out there, and so you want your creative approach to be at a level that is competitive with what everyone else is doing. And I think from the talent here in Indianapolis and some people I'm fortunate enough to be connected to nationally, I think we're doing a pretty good job of being competitive out there. So,
That's great. Yeah. And it seems to me that when I talk to an industry insider like yourself or others who I might know, it's always about kind of making sure that you have your stuff on point, right? For people, because we're talking about people investing money, right?
It is. Yeah. I mean, with our current project, When Everyone Swims. With shameless plug, we're doing a 22-minute teaser tomorrow at 4.
No shame. No shame.
You guys are more than welcome to come see a portion of the project. But raising money for it was very, very difficult, even though we're dealing with a subject that affects everybody. We talk about drowning being a public health issue that very few people talk about. That said, when we created our trailer, the project did a 180. We were able to raise more money off the trailer. It opened the door for networks. And so for your aspiring documentary producers and directors out there, there is a process to the whole pitch process. What we do is when we come up with a project or someone approaches us with a project, we create pitch decks to kind of get the conversation started. Sometimes that helps us raise money. Sometimes that helps us talk to a network to gauge their interest. And then hopefully we raise money off of that. And then with the swimming documentary, again, we produced the trailer, and that just really brought a lot of resources to us. So we follow that process quite a bit, where concept, pitch deck, some sort of asset to show people. Sometimes they call it a trailer, sometimes they call it proof of concept. But it rarely happens all at once. Now, like the Globetrotter project, that's a work for hire. So we've got everything we need. We're not raising money. So that's one aspect of what we do. Some people self-finance projects and hire us. Sometimes I've done debt financing, which is a little bit more complicated. But please know your options, filmmakers. Please know that there's all kinds of different ways to finance projects. You just have to be just as creative with the financing and the distribution as you do with the actual narrative, I think.
That's great advice, yeah. So when I was in film school, I remember one of the things my professors were trying to drill in us is they were saying that film is a collaborative art. Yeah. Particularly, they were saying this for people like me who, I knew I was more of a historian. I don't have kind of the talent to really kind of make my own films. Like, okay, I'll show you one of my films one day. You'll change your mind quickly. You'll be like, stay away from camera. Don't even say camera. But so, with that in mind, what is your advice about collaboration for aspiring or people who are just beginning?
It's a great question. Because I'm very fortunate, man. I don't take any of this for granted that I can choose my own crew. But you really, it's cliche and it's corny, but you really want to find people with like-minded values who do have integrity. In this business, that's not always a given. I think Andrew might have said it earlier. I seek out people who have talents far beyond what I have. I'm not a videographer, I'm not a cinematographer, I'm not an editor, and I really try to empower my crew and my vendors in that, I have a pretty good vision of how I want to tell the narrative, but I want to put them in a position to have input, to have their own creative input into the project, and then empower them to explore things and have fun. And so Deanna, who started this, who's behind this festival, she recently collaborated with me on the swimming documentary, and I was excited to see her and this other filmmaker, because they were essentially making a small movie at a swimming event, and I gave her no direction, because I know Deanna's going to bring her own lens to it. She's going to bring her own talent to it, and that really excites me. And I'm pretty good at taking what she has, me and my editor, and figuring out, okay, how does this really complement and enhance the narrative? So seek out the most talented people. Do not be intimidated by talent. Sometimes I get intimidated by some of the producers I work with and stuff like, oh man, they're national and there's this and that, but they're people too, and everyone's always looking to tell a good story. So yeah, that's great.
And I love what you said about same values, like-minded, and I think a commitment to the project really helps too. It's fantastic.
Yeah, I've just been really lucky and very fortunate, maybe intuitive in seeking out people that I want to work with. And that's why I love coming to festivals like this and seeing other talented people. seeing if there's other people that I can maybe collaborate with.
Absolutely. Yeah. So in your experience then, and maybe we can go back to when you were in school and your thought process, continuing on into the work that you've achieved and continue to create. What is one of the most common misperceptions that you would say young aspiring filmmakers or up-and-coming filmmakers and artists have about the business?
I think the biggest misconception is that they think the creativity is the most important thing. It's not. It's a business. You really have to treat it like a corporation. Hopefully I didn't rattle anybody by saying that.
No, you did.
Maybe people are saying amen to that. Because I have so many people come up to me and say, I got this great idea, and blah, 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 and they show me on their phone, look at this, look at my trailer, look at my deck, and I'm like, well, what's your business plan? Is this a viable business model? And I just rarely hear that, especially here in Indianapolis, unfortunately, where I don't hear people say, hey, I'm gonna do this deck, and then I'm gonna pitch it to this network, or I'm gonna get this asset or attachment to it, and then we're gonna look at the PBS route, or we're gonna do this, or Gerald, I know that you might have a relationship with Paramount CBS, and we think that this would be a good fit for that. But people it's 90% to 95% about just what their vision is, which is important. I'm not saying it's not, but you have to have a balance. You have to have a balance of both a creative narrative idea, but also give me something viable that I can okay, I can see that going to this network, or maybe I can help get you to that network. But very, very rarely do people come to me with a business plan.
Yeah.
It's a wish list, and you need more than that.
That's right. Yeah. And I think, and I know you know this better than I, but if we're talking about kind of like moving into Hollywood and the C-suite positions and all of that, I mean, the business plan is essential because a lot of those people have MFAs, like MBAs, Master of Business Administration. They're not filmmakers.
That's a great point.
Right?
It's a bank, man.
Right?
I say that all the time. Hollywood is a bank. It's not like these creative people saying, oh, Gerald, we love your vision. It's literally like, if we put this money into your project, is it going to sell? Or will people watch it? Will you increase? Does this fit our logarithm that tells us what type of movies we should buy? It's completely, it's not this powwow of like great ideas exchanging. It's never that. In pitch meetings, it's never that. And so yeah, but the marketplace is a little bit crazy. I do want to say this really quickly. The marketplace for documentaries, there's good and bad news. The bad news is that the industry is trying to correct itself. There's a lot of mergers and layoffs, and the strike really struck a lot of stuff down. There's not that many output production deals going out. And so it's very challenging to come up with an idea, produce it, and get it into the marketplace. Very, very challenging. That said, they still need content.
That's right.
And so as a filmmaker, you always want to have as much leverage as possible. And so with the swimming documentary, if we get it, we're going to get it completed, I have more leverage to say, I got something done that's ready for the marketplace now that you don't have to put money into. We know you're going to pay me, but you don't have to get money into to produce it. And so as filmmakers, you always want to try to figure out, how do I get leverage? Even if I'm pitching a big network, or even if I'm approaching a big time producer, I'm not coming out with my hand out like, help me. I'm like, yo, I got some good stuff, and there's 5 other studios I could go to. Can we work something out? Absolutely. And so now that's easier said than done, and I know I sound like I'm making myself a big shot, which I'm not. But it's negotiation, and so what value do you bring to a network? What is your story going to do for a streaming network or a PBS or something like that? You've got to think in those terms.
That's right. Yeah. No, that's great. Thank you. I hope y'all are listening, because that's important. Business plans, all that stuff. Yeah. So let me ask you this. I mentioned the word. I said Hollywood, right? Let's come back, because I think that there is also there are a lot of people who think like, well, I gotta go to Hollywood. And one of the reasons that we have the Black Film Center and Archive is because its founder, Dr. Phyllis Plotman, wanted there to be something, one, that uplifted black cinema in ways that it wasn't being uplifted, but she also didn't want Indiana to be a flyover state, where people felt like there's nothing going on here in terms of film, black film in particular, and you have to go to one of the coasts, which this is not putting down the coasts. I'm just saying it's like those are the prominent industries. People think New York and they think LA, right? Even though we know places like Atlanta are coming up and Chicago, there's more film production there, but it's the coasts. So when we think about it like that, what do you feel like we can do here to advance filmmaking in Indianapolis and let people know that you can do it here or from here?
I'll try not to get in trouble.
No, get in trouble, please. We want to hear that. Yes, share dirty details.
Well, we
Yes.
need a viable film and television tax incentive program.
There it is.
The current one absolutely sucks and it's nowhere. Sorry, but it's true and it frustrates me. So that would help having an incentive program. I think for documentaries, Indianapolis is well positioned in that I think there is both private money and public money, like grants and corporations who do see the value of being attached to certain type of narratives. So for us, if there's a company or an organization that values a message about drowning prevention, we're gonna talk to them.
That's right.
And we're gonna say, how can we collaborate financially or with resources or whatever to help us finish this documentary, but also to extend the message that you guys have, be it water safety or water literacy or for drowning prevention. So I think Indianapolis, because the companies and the grants, they support Can-Can. People forget Can-Can is actually a 501c3, so they can receive grants. Heartland Film Festival has been well supported over the years. And so that's something to think about, is that if we get more filmmakers financed, and then second step is getting it done. You've got to get it finished, and then getting it out to the marketplace. There's 3 or 4 people right here in this audience who have absolutely the talent to do that, but the resources are limited. And so, as a community, I think we need to come together and be supportive of each other. Figure out how we can collaborate together. Make it a community, not about ego or not about this my project or whatever. It's like literally, how do we build a healthy community of filmmakers? And I think the emphasis should be more on fundraising and securing the money that's in Indianapolis. We do pretty well as a city. I think there's those type of opportunities. So film and tax incentive, very different than the one we have now. Being very diplomatic up here. And then 2, really venturing out. I think some of the filmmakers in the previous panel were talking about going to Indiana Humanities or Indianapolis Foundation. And so, as you said, there's always a way. And so you just have to believe in yourself and know that it's gonna be hard, know that you're gonna have 10 no's to every 1 yes.
That's right.
But it's a grind, but it's worth it, I think.
Yeah. So that kind of takes me to another question. That it's a grind. Creativity. I think that I share with Essence. I have to give Essence and Jaquita, BFCA staff. The team is here. I tell Essence all the time. Essence asks great questions, and she'll ask me, and so we talk, and I share with her, like, well, I have ideas for a screenplay or this, that, and I talk about that. And again, it's not what I do, it's more kind of me thinking, like, oh, I know this could be a hit right now, because I know, right? But, right? Look, you laughed a little too hard at that.
I do it all the time. I do it all the time, and I'm in the business.
So
he's gonna win an Oscar. Yeah, I'm up to great.
Right. Oh, I got it, man. If only I was in Hollywood. Anyway, so but we talk about that all the time, and generally speaking, when I share it again, I'm not trying to make this about me. This is about you. There's a question coming, I promise. When I do it, it's always something that I really feel strongly about. Like, gosh, if this story, even if it was something fun, like if this story was made, like it could be so great, it could be so fun, and we could do something maybe even a little relevant or a bit in a different context. Right. So your projects, when I think about, you talk about the stepping documentary back in the day, or the one about, what was the one about, I'm forgetting the name, experiences at IU, black students at IU.
Yeah, it was similar to the Ball State project, Facing the Facade.
Right,
Yeah.
that's it, yes, Facing the Facade, thank you.
Yeah.
And now this one about swimming. These all seem really personal in a way, and they're important pieces. Can you talk to me about, or share with us what that means then to kind of have this project that you know is important, and staying the course to get it made? Like, why put yourself through this? Why do you do this?
Yeah, I mean, you have to value the narrative, and you kind of have to fall in love with the narrative. And swimming, which is where my mindset is now, it's I'm kind of biased to that one, or it's the one that I'm in the throes of. And with that particular narrative, when people come to you and say this documentary is going to save lives, that just like, wow, okay, now I got to be on point.
Yeah.
Or when something about what the black student experience is like at a PWI.
Why did you say PWI?
I know, inside joke. Every project, and filmmakers know this, like your project is like, this is the most important thing in my life, and everything depends on it, and it's all or nothing, and I think that's good. I think it's good to have the pressure. I think it's good to have the sense of urgency. I think it's good to value your narrative and value your collaborators, and so with every project, it's when people, what's your favorite one? Well, they're you can't say that, because every single one you are just so locked in to get it done and get it done right. And a lot of times with the documentaries I do a lot of biographies. I'm dealing with a life story, and that's sacred to somebody. That's sacred to that person's family, and that's sacred to that person's legacy. And so, it's just very little room of error, and you'll hear creatives say this a lot. I just want to get it right, because we value the narrative so much, and we feel privileged to be telling these stories.
That's right.
And so that's what, with every project, I just really try my best to get it right.
Absolutely, yeah. And I respect. That's great.
Yeah, thank you.
So I want to ask you something a little more philosophical then. So if I ask this question to the audience first, if you were interested in being a filmmaker and a director, how many of you all want to be like famous director? Anybody? Show of hands. Okay, yeah, and there's nothing wrong with this. There's no right or wrong answer, y'all. Let me be clear. There's no judgment here, right? Okay, so I saw hands. So this becomes philosophical, because I think that there is sometimes this pervasive notion that if you're not famous, you're not successful.
It's fair.
Distinction for you? What do you think of that line of thought?
When I was younger, I was like, I'm gonna be Spike. I'm gonna be John Singleton.
Right.
This young man, the filmmaker who Tyler Perry's his hero. Tyler Perry's an icon in himself. But as you get into the career, it becomes much more about the story and the legacy. And I'm honestly blessed and fortunate to have my collection housed with Black Film Center Archives. And so for me, it's really more about people responding to the narratives that I'm putting out there, as opposed to, hey, Gerald Harkness and people know me. Because I think sometimes people get off track, especially in Hollywood, especially in Black Hollywood, where the name, like brothers always putting their names, so-and-so presents. I'm like, okay, cool, but it should be about the narrative. That's just not my style. Not hating, that's fine. You're building a brand, whatever. But for me, it's always been story first.
Right on.
And I felt very self-conscious with my first documentary, and like my face was in the newspaper, and I'm sure my dad, who was very well connected, had something to do with that. I just felt so uncomfortable. I was like, oh, whoa, it's not about me. It's about these step shows. My big old head on this newspaper means nothing. It means nothing. And so fame is good. Fame is leverage. So for you filmmakers who raise your hands, I applaud that. It just hasn't been my personal approach. But again, you want to have any advantage that you can have, and having a name really truly helps.
That's right. Well, if this were the Oscars, yeah, they'd be playing that wrap it up music if this was the Oscars. So we got to wrap up the conversation, but I want to thank you, and again, I want to say again what Gerald just said, is that his collection is housed at the Black Film Center and Archive. So if you want to know more about him and his work, first of all, he's here, but then second of all, always feel free to visit us at the BFCA on the IU campus. And Gerald, thank you, brother. It's a pleasure to sit here with you.
Thank you so much, man.
Yeah.
Another round of applause for Dr. Blackman. This has truly been a beautiful display of artistry. I've enjoyed all of the panels. I hope you have too, all of the films. That concludes our documentary portion. We are going to be moving on to the narrative portion at 1:45, so we're going to take a break until then. I will have to ask you to leave the theater so they can come through and clean. But during that break, make sure you go grab some concessions, go to the red carpet, get an interview. And also you can scan the QR codes to see the itinerary of the day. And when we come back at 1:45, we will be enjoying a young actors workshop with the beautiful Deborah Asante. So make sure you come back and meet us here at 1:45.
From the big down, it's all based on the planet.
today. I am Precious Jewel, your host. We making history, y'all. This is the first ever Indiana Youth Film Festival. How about that? I absolutely love it. I'm so honored to be a part. I just want to take a minute to shout out Deanna Weatherly, Weatherhouse Institute, for making this whole thing happen, and also shout out to the entire IYFF team. They've been putting it together. Y'all liking the festival so far? Yeah. Hey, I know it's amazing. I love it. This is definitely something that Indianapolis needed, and I am glad that these young filmmakers are getting a chance to show their films on the big screen. So we're gonna move right along. It is time for our narrative film screenings. We have a few of them from different filmmakers. I do want to put out a trigger warning. There will be guns, there will be violence, and there will be language that may not be suitable for younger audiences. So, speak now or leave now? Yeah. Okay, so we all good. We are about to roll these films. I want y'all to sit back, enjoy y'all popcorn. I hear y'all crunching. I hear y'all crunching. Enjoy y'all snacks, and let's roll the narrative films.
Better luck next time.
Whatever.
What?
Hey, Vanda, nice game. Would you like some water?
Thanks, Laura. I didn't know you were here.
Just wanted to see you play the game.
Well, wow, it's nice to see you. Did you see that one shot I did?
Yeah, I did. You remind me of Kyrie.
Hold on one moment. Hey, that's mine.
The girl or the shoes?
The shoes.
Play me for them.
I can't do that. I just got those. Plus, you'd lose anyway.
Sure about that?
Man, do you know who you're talking to? That's Harry. I never saw him lose a game in my whole entire life.
Listen to the boy.
Let's play this.
Ryan Litzel.
In your face. Game? In your face too? Come on, bro. They trying to steal.
I'm so sorry, Brandon. I tried to save your shoes.
Mama's going to kill you. Don't say that.
Brandon, you spent all of your hard-earned money on one thing, and then you lose it in a game of basketball, all because of your ego?
Brandon, you're not helping right now. I know all that. But all I need you to do is help me get my shoes back.
Let's just go talk to Alicia. She always has an answer for this.
Do you know where to find her?
Come on, let's just go. She's coming.
What's up, Brandon? Back for more?
Alicia, I kind of have a problem. I lost the shoes you sold me earlier. Got another pair?
No, that was the only pair that I had. I have some other shoes, though. I have those in low and mid.
No, I need the high tops. I worked so hard so I could buy the high tops. I need the high tops. Thanks anyway.
By the way, wait. How did you lose your shoes?
A game of basketball. He lost to the new kid, Henry.
Oh, yikes. Well, good luck.
Thanks, Alicia.
Wait, I have something. Wait. Here. Take this. My mom says it's good luck. She got it while we lived in Alabama, and she was working at NASA.
Thanks.
Rub it 7 times for good luck.
Alright, thanks, Lisa.
Wait, I'm gonna need that back when you're done. Good luck, Brandon.
Thanks. Wait, what are you doing here?
I live around here.
Where are the high tops?
They're at home.
Give me a chance to win them back, please.
Why should I do that?
Those shoes really mean a lot to me. I spent the last month cutting grass, selling candy, and selling my games to buy those shoes. Plus, they have my favorite player's name on them.
Who? Jordan?
Yeah.
He's old, but the shoes are nice though.
One more game. For all the marbles.
For all the marbles? What does that mean?
My dad used to say that. He died last year.
Oh. Sorry for your loss. I can relate.
You can?
Yeah. My dad's favorite player was MJ too. But I lost him when I was young.
I'm really sorry for your loss.
It's nothing. Life goes on, you know.
Yeah.
You know what? Meet me later at the court today. If you win, you take it all. And if you win, you could even get your shoes back.
Wait, really?
Yeah. Tell your friends to come too. Come at 2 o'clock.
All right.
Oh, hey. So, he's giving you another chance?
Yeah. Guess he has her heart after all.
Yeah. But do you think you can do it?
Yeah. I hope so. If it ever stops raining.
I'm about to cook this boy. He's so trash, bro. Like, he's too easy for me. I don't know why he thinks he'll beat me.
Good game. How we take my shoes back? Do you need time to go get them?
I sold them.
What do you say?
I sold them.
Oh, you're telling me I did all of this and you don't even have my shoes.
Sorry, kids. Show's over. I sold them because they didn't even fit me.
Then why did you agree to go against me?
I thought I was gonna win. Did you?
You're lucky I got those back.
Can I see them?
Can I have my Saturn back?
Of course. How much to get these back?
500.
500?
Yes, I paid a lot to get these back. So yes, the price went up. And plus, these are legendary now. But I'll hold them for you.
Why?
Because I like to take care of my customers. I'm a businesswoman.
Thanks, Anisha. 500? Guess I got a lot of work to do.
I guess.
By the way, Anisha, what was so special about the solder bow? I think it helped.
Nothing at all. Just believe in yourself, Brandon.
Guess I'll do that. I'll be back for the shoes.
They'll be here, I promise.
Hey, to whoever may need this nugget of encouragement, things will be alright, so quit your worrying. I get it, the odds seem stacked back against the wall, but even consider it such, know you'll stand tall. Sat and watched from the sidelines, one too many times. Wicked games we play make me wanna lose my mind. Found solitude, knowing it'll be over soon. Ever need a boost, count on me for the 1-2. Trouble don't last when the tough get going. Baby, all we do is win, so show me my opponent. Adversity, doubt, stress, could care less, cause how we handle those like an S on our chest. Super proud of how we held it down on the way up. Can't wait for our day to ball, this is a layup. Nobody ever said this would be easy, but trust when I say that you got it. I know you've been looking for a breakthrough, trying our best to make do. Every day is something new, but change gon' come, oh yes it's true. Brighter days are straight ahead. Follow me, won't be misled. Just look up, don't hang your head, and we'll get to the promised land. Somebody loves you, please don't forget such. Take your time, no need to feel rushed. We gon' shine somehow one day. Word to O'Shea, today's been a good day. Don't let one bad apple spoil the tree. The fruits of our labor seem ripe, can't you see? A little insight so they'll never dim your light. Been wrong for too long, this here feels so right. Leave your fears in the rear view, right now on the mission. Trying to stay the course on this road to redemption. Giving up seems tempting, but no need, cause I got you and you got me. A little UNITY will get us by. Through the storm and the rain, I'll be by your side. Look alive, the best has yet to come. Just some words of wisdom, plenty more. I know you've been looking for a breakthrough, trying our best to make do. Every day is something new, but change gon' come.
Catherine, could you do this one more time?
I've already done that side.
Please.
Would you please finish getting her ready, Catherine? We must be leaving soon.
Of course, sir.
Have you completed the wedding preparations?
Nearly. My mother has had a wonderful time planning everything.
So, you have not been planning for the wedding?
Of course I have. Just not nearly as much. Mostly I'm doing the flower arrangements. And I've just started on a lovely painting of my bouquet. I'm not certain I'll have it done in time for the wedding, though.
Well, I would advise finishing it before this occasion. I dare say you will not have much time to finish the painting after the wedding, Miss Parker.
Whatever do you mean?
Well, between maintaining the household and taking care of the children, you won't have much time for anything else.
Of course. Children. Well, once Catherine comes with us to the new estate, she'll be able to help, and then I can still paint.
I'm fairly certain that she's quite accustomed to your parents. I'm sure that she wouldn't want to come and live with us.
And I, for one, would very much like to have the company. Catherine, would you like to come with me to the new estate?
Yes, I would like that very much, miss.
See?
Catherine, do you excuse us for a moment? Catherine will not be coming with us to the estate.
What? Why not? She's a good worker. She'll be kind to the children.
Why are you so fond of her?
Because she is my friend.
She is your maid, not your friend. And it is my house, and what I say goes.
Of course. How foolish of me. If it is what you desire, she can go.
Good. Come along now, Catherine.
How are you feeling about tomorrow?
I don't know. I know I should be looking forward to it, but I can't help thinking about how everything in my life is about to change. I'm not ready.
I'll still be with you. I'm still coming with you to the new estate, right?
Mr. Wyndham thinks perhaps it might be better if you didn't.
Why? Do you think he knows?
I have to let you go.
What?
I don't want to, but...
Then don't!
Catherine, there's no other way I can do this.
Don't marry him. We can leave tonight and we'll go.
Where would we go?
I don't know. Wherever the wind takes us. There'll be no worries, or engagements, or weddings, or children. Just think about it. if this is what you want. Leave them to the house is asleep.
This is what I want. But I can't just leave my family. I can't leave my whole life. And Mr. Wyndham, whatever his faults, I'm not sure he deserves that.
But you deserve so much more than what he can give you. If you want to go, be ready by the time I come in to prepare you for bed.
Come in.
Good evening, Miss Parker. Shall I help you get ready for bed? Who are you? Where's Catherine? She was sent elsewhere, miss.
Why?
Well, I heard she was sent to work for the Smiths. Mr. Wyndham heard they had a new baby coming and thought they could use more help. Wasn't that a kind thought? Yes, very thoughtful. I do hope you enjoyed your last day as Miss Parker. Tomorrow will be very exciting indeed. Miss, are you all right? Yes. Yes, perfectly fine.
mean, I know what y'all thinking. We need to talk. That's like basic relationship code for something's about to go down. But we need to talk? He could have been like, yo, should we talk? Or, yo, can I pull up later? Y'all know what I mean. Let me give you some context. So we were friends before, and then one day... Yeah, but it only happened once. And again. And again. Why are you so close? Then he got into a relationship. I mean, we never really established what we were, but I liked him. And I thought maybe there was hope when they broke up. We need to talk. We need to talk. He could actually want to get back with me. That's why we need to talk. I need a second opinion.
You're delusional.
That's not the answer I was looking for.
Z, you're in a situationship.
I'm not in a situationship. Am I in a situationship?
You are. Do you not remember how you responded when you told him you liked him? Z, seriously, he sent an emoticon. How old is he?
I just think there's hope. That's all.
Okay, if you think there's hope, then just meet with him. But I think you deserve to be with somebody that really sees you for who you are.
Hey.
Hey. How's it going? No worries. So, what do you want to talk about?
Weird. I was wondering if you want to keep things how they are. I just got out of something. I'm not really looking for anything serious. I want to keep it casual, you know? So?
So, you're saying you want to keep me around for your post-breakup distraction?
I mean, not exactly, but whatever this is.
Thanks for everything. Bye.
You sure you want to go this weekend?
Of course. She seems really excited to see her family.
Yeah. Yeah, I know she is, but I don't know. I really wanted this to be an us weekend.
It's been a year since you've seen your parents. We're going.
Well, she's calling for us. I better go play with her.
Okay, I don't mind joining.
Shit. I gotta take this.
It's okay. She's waiting, so I'll go.
Okay, thank you, sweetie. Hey. How's it going? Good, yeah. That's great. Yeah, I think we're for sure coming up this Friday after work. Yeah, it'll be great, yeah. She's really excited to see all her cousins. Yeah. Yeah, I'll let her know. All right. Yeah, love you too. Bye. Hey. Hey! Hey!
No need to worry. It's just a warning shot.
Where are they?
Why don't you see for yourself?
Where are they?
Here's the deal. The second that you walked through that door, a timer for the bomb started. So, as of right now, you have about 10 minutes to say. If you beat me, the timer will automatically stop. But if you don't, you and I, your precious little family, will all die. You always thought you were invincible. It could never happen to you. Look at where we are, hero! You're trembling with rage. You thought you could protect them, but you couldn't. It's almost pitiful. Maybe if you hadn't been on that phone of yours, your precious wife and daughter would still be with you.
I used to think my life was a tragedy, but now I realize it's a comedy.
I'm so sorry. Look, Adrian, I want to help you. I really do. But nothing is getting done with you just sitting here and spacing out the whole time. I know. I'm sorry.
So, tell me about this man.
I told you I don't give a shit about the man. He's dead. I'm more concerned about the men who were with him. I mean, after what I did, my family could still be in danger. Right. I understand that. What I'm asking about, Adrian, is the man who abducted your family. What did he look like? He looked a little older than me, so like mid to late 20s, or he had long brown hair and like shoulder length, and blue eyes. Blue eyes, I think. And you've never met this man prior to all this? There was something familiar about him, but no, I don't think I ever met him. Okay. Tell me this then. Why do you think it was your family he was after? Because this is the type of guy who doesn't care who he hurts. This guy
took my family because they were the first people he saw. Its motivations are driven by chaos and anarchy, and he's psychotic. This motherfucker laughed when he showed me the bomb strapped to my wife and little girl. So I think it was all fun for him. All for the thrill. Just all one big game for him.
Interesting. And you said you've never met this man before, correct?
Yes.
Sounds like to me you have.
What do you mean?
Are you a Dark Knight fan by chance, Adrian? Yeah, it's one of my favorite films. Why?
You know how therapy works, right?
Yeah, I know how it works.
Then you know it is my job to guide you through the varied challenges of life, right?
Yeah.
And sometimes that includes telling people things that they may not want to hear.
Okay.
And it's not like to disregard their experience, it's to simply help people come to terms with certain things.
What are you trying to say to me?
I need you to be honest with me, Adrian, and yourself.
What, do you think I'm lying? What, you think I made this shit up?
Adrian, all I'm saying...
And my family is safe. I saved them.
Adrian, let's take a moment.
I'm unaware of my family.
I'm sorry, can we just...
You call me a coward?
Adrian.
I gave that motherfucker what he deserved!
Adrian, that is not what I'm saying.
I saved them!
Then where are they, Adrian?
I held them. I looked into their eyes.
And then what happened to them after?
I saved them!
Where are they? Where are they, Adrian?
What happened after you saved them?
I saved them. You're the liar. You're the fucking liar!
Adrian, wait.
have never killed a man, nor have I stepped foot in battle.
Why is that? Do you not lead your people?
I follow the will of my lord and no further. I would rather die than do a thing which I know to be a sin. To kill is to sin.
Tell me, Joan. Who is your lord?
He is the King of Heaven. Who's yours?
Jonathan, what do you think you're doing? The sun is nearly up and you've not lifted a finger.
I'm sorry, Mama. I had the strangest dream.
You were daydreaming. Wash your face before you come out. We won't want the others to think that the horses raised you.
Ugh, what is her damage?
Ugh, I know. Literally gagged me with a stone.
Totally. Oh my god.
Bonjour, Amicia. Comment allez-vous aujourd'hui? Don't listen to Mama. You would raise me well.
Jean!
Good morning, Pierre. Beautiful day, isn't it?
You look like death. Mother said that you were resting till the sun was up.
Gone, yes. Resting. Barely.
You've been having those dreams again, then?
Kind of. They're different now.
Different how? Oh, I have a gift for you.
Oh, it's gorgeous. Where did you get this?
It's from Laurent's family.
Oh, of course. Well, give them my thanks.
I know you don't like the idea, but Papa wants to give them an answer soon. They have been waiting very patiently for us.
There are plenty of brides in Domremy. I need not be one of them.
Well, he wants you.
I already told you, it is not in God's will for me to marry. Even if I am wrong, I would never let that boy carry me away. Laurent is a trick and a liar and a sinner. Pierre?
Be not afraid, Joan.
Pierre?
Your brother cannot hear you. I come to you by the will of God. I am the Archangel Michael.
Have you come to punish me, St. Michael?
The Lord has chosen you, Joan. You must fulfill an important task. Be good. Regularly attend church. Treat the rich and poor alike and as brothers in God.
Why have you come to me to declare what God has already asked of all his servants?
You must raise the siege laid to the city of Orleans.
So I said the singer Madonna isn't like the actual Holy Madonna.
Shush, this is my favorite part.
When your time comes, go before Robert de Boudecroix at the town of Vaucouleurs, and he will supply you with any necessities to begin your journey.
Angel, I know neither how to ride nor lead in war.
Never worry, Jean. Saint Catherine and Saint Margaret will advise you on this journey. Believe what they speak, for it is God who speaks through them.
Called D&D, like Dungeons and... Yeah, one sec, Mike. And, like... People are so unusual about it. Oh, sorry, Michael. You, Joan, must drive the English from France.
And lead the Dauphin to Reims for his coronation.
Oh, I totally forgot about that part. Duh.
Why me?
It is his will, and we shall obey. Have faith, and we shall deliver Joan of Arc.
Where are you going? Wait, I have more questions. Don't leave me.
Jonathan! Oh, you are burning up. You are in no condition to work today. Jean?
They were so beautiful.
Who?
The voices.
Why would God choose her, Pierre? I have 3 very capable sons. Why did he not choose you?
But Mama, what if he did? We would be foolish not to have faith.
She needs to take a chill pill.
She doesn't believe me.
Yeah, we did come on kind of strong, didn't we? Sorry.
Aren't you supposed to be helping me?
Oh no, it's not your time yet, girl.
Then what are you here for?
Jean, who are you speaking to?
Tell her the truth, Joan.
St. Catherine?
Oh, and this St. Catherine speaks to you in French, yes?
Better French than you.
Oh, we need to take the poor girl to a doctor.
I forgot how fun this is.
Don't start like your father now.
Don't bring him into this.
Why am I here, you ask? Well, like I always say, today rather than tomorrow, and tomorrow rather than later, right?
What?
You want to see something awesome?
This is my dream.
This isn't a dream. You're seeing yourself.
You are ignoring my question.
You ask who my Lord is, I say the King of Heaven. I'm not ignoring anything.
Do you believe in God, Joan?
Indeed, yes. Better than you do.
Forget it. You will get your chance to speak in front of the court soon. I imagine you'll need time to think over your testimony. When should I return?
Today rather than tomorrow, and tomorrow rather than later. I look so different. How old am I here?
That I cannot tell you, I'm afraid.
Well, how old were you?
18.
She is such a drama queen. I was 15. But don't worry, Joan. You have longer than that.
What does that mean?
I'd like to make you an offer.
An offer?
I figure your people are willing to do anything to get you back.
I disagree.
Almost anyone would take the safe return of their leader for, say, the right price.
In God's name, Count, you mock me. Ransom! How you jest. You have neither the will nor the power to do so.
You're very confident in yourself. Did your voices tell you that you will be delivered from this prison?
I cannot tell you that without committing perjury.
You are not in front of a judge. Think of me as a friend.
Then you must have no issue with asking me in 3 months, friend. Only then will I tell you.
Let's say it's worth a try, Joan. My deal is a small bill in return for forgiveness.
Only the Lord can forgive me, monsieur.
You are being charged with heresy, cross-dressing, attempted suicide, all of which are sins. You will be put to death. And then what? Either way, you will burn.
Don't let that dweeb psych you out. You have a long path ahead of you to get here.
Why would you let this happen? Why would you show me this?
It is God's will.
God's will?
Do you doubt him?
Why me? Take me home. Please.
Here? John, come, sit. I have news. You no longer need to worry about Laurent. I had Papa take care of it.
He turned them down?
He didn't have much of a choice. You said it is the will of God. Who are we to argue?
Are you ever afraid of his will?
I used to be. It's only human to be frightened of the unknown. That's something Mama doesn't quite understand.
The voices showed me what's to be. Now I feel as if the whole of France is on my heart. And the burden is not light.
Neither is the burden of knowing your dear sister's fate. The saints
do not deliver wishes. They deliver purpose.
St. Michael asked me if I doubt the Lord. How do I accept my own undoing from the God meant to protect me?
Well, do you doubt?
I doubt myself.
If any one of us children were to deliver God's people, I'd put my faith in you, and it will be you. Do not be afraid. You were born to do this, Sean. Go and pray. That's what I do.
Must it be me, Lord? However, not what I want, but what you want. He answered, "He who has put his hand in the dish with me, it is he who will betray me. My own brothers and sisters. Even if you were a cause for stumbling for everyone, you will never be for me. I will never desert you." I'm ready now.
you go. Does that answer your question?
Yes, thank you.
All right, anybody else got any other questions?
I got one.
Yeah.
Can I move seats? Because I can't see over Leah's big black bobblehead.
What are you trying to say?
Do not repeat it. Do not repeat it.
No, I insist. What are you trying to say?
Oh, yeah, enough.
I still can't see.
I know you can see. Okay, anybody else have any questions?
Yes, I have one.
Great.
So how dating so far?
Higher, but here. What about you?
I'm fine. What about you, Aaliyah? You're quiet. Miss Hart and James just pissing me off. Why? You know James Thomas, right? Yeah. You called me a big black bobblehead. It's not funny. You low-key do have a big head.
It's just the bug for real. But I'd be pissed off too. What did Miss Hart do?
Absolutely nothing. That's the problem.
Nah, I'd be ready to throw hands right there. Nah, I ain't playing like that.
I was, but I contained myself. It just ruined my day. Girl, do not put that voice in your day. You are a BBW. Oh, what? Beautiful black woman. Okay, I've never heard of that, but I'll mess with it. I'll see y'all later. Peace out.
I've been all in my phone, I got options. And I don't wanna tell you to drop it, but I don't wanna play your fair. Yeah, something that makes me look at you too often. Oh, baby, you can give it something. Baby, I can run all the time. Baby, I'm talking crazy. I need you running my space, but I need it, baby. I'm late, but I still can check in with you. I know that I need my friends.
So I've been thinking about what? Starting a club? About what? A club focused on women of color. I feel like the world doesn't care about its women if they're not white or like whatever society deems as pretty. And women of color always have it harder. Especially the darker skinned girls. Girl, tell me about it.
So, when do you plan on starting this club?
Sometime next month, but I still have to like make an itinerary and also choose some lead roles.
And you'll need a vice president.
That's true. But who should I ask? Do you want to be my VP?
Oh my gosh. I can't believe you asked me. Yes, I'd be so honored.
Bet.
I'm not.
Should I get started? Okay, listen up. All right, thank you all for coming. If you don't know me, I am Aaliyah Davis, president of this club, Young Women of Color. To my right is Serenity Johnson, who is vice president, and to my left is Jada Harris, who's secretary. So I wrote a few things as to why I wanted to form this club. In a world that is beautifully diverse, it is essential that we recognize the unique contributions and challenges faced by women who represent a spectrum of cultures, backgrounds, and experiences. Women of color have made indestructible marks across various fields, enriching our world with their talents and perspectives. From the arts to sciences, from politics to business, their contributions are woven into the fabric of our society. Think of women like Malala, advocating for education and women's rights globally. Oprah Winfrey, who has broken barriers and paved the way for others to follow. Her success in an industry that historically lacked diversity has been instrumental in reshaping perceptions and creating opportunities for women and people of color. In 1991, Ellen Ochoa made history as the first Hispanic woman to travel to space. In 2013, she became the first Hispanic and second female director of NASA's Johnson Space Center. And that's just to name 3 women. Whether it's sports, literature, music, art, fashion, women of color have defined a culture landscape and stand as beacons of inspiration. With this club, we plan to highlight these women and also give a safe space for people like us who may struggle finding a place in a school like this. So I really appreciate you all for showing out. I hope this year will be fun, but also a safe educational place. Thank you. In hues of strength, a tapestry unfolds. Young women of color, stories untold, with roots that delve into history's embrace. They navigate a world, finding their own space. Eyes like galaxies, dreams and constellations, facing challenges, forging new foundations. In a world of hues, vibrant and diverse, they paint their narratives, an endless verse. From ancestral echoes, resilience is drawn. A symphony of voices, a kaleidoscope dawn. Through trials and triumphs, they stand tall, an embodiment of grace, breaking every wall. Melanin-rich whispers, wisdom untold. In each step they take, a legacy unfolds. Dancing to rhythms of cultures combined, young women of color, strength in every line. In classrooms, boardrooms, and on the stage, they redefine norms, rewriting the page. From struggle to triumph, an inspiring tale. They shine like stars in a celestial trail. With heritage as a compass guiding the way, young women of color, a vibrant display. In unity they find power, resilience their guide. A symphony of colors, strength amplified.
Scandal. Okay. That was good. It was amazing. Do we have any other filmmakers in the house tonight? Yeah? Can y'all come on down to the front for me, please?
I have a question for the 2 on the end. I just want to hear about, like, a little bit about your background, maybe your inspiration. I loved your films. I thought it was so fun, witty. I like the pacing of it, the edits. Yeah, I just want to hear a little bit about it.
Thank you. We didn't really have an idea about it. Recently we watched Insecure from Netflix, if you guys know that show. Yeah. And she was going through like kind of like a situationship with that guy, so I was like, it'd be cool if like we did like a little short film with that. So that's kind of like the story behind it and stuff.
Does anyone else have a question? Yes.
Yeah, I have a question for anybody who wants to answer it. What did you learn about yourself through making these films?
Hi. Something that I learned about myself when directing is being able to delegate work. Because sometimes it's just really hard to want to take your film that's your baby and just like take over. You know what I mean? So it was a big process of learning how to give give work to people and not try to control everything and want things to be a certain way. So, yeah.
That was something I definitely learned as well, because working with She-Bear on the Joan of Arc film, it was a team of leaders. And when you have a team of leaders, that's no good. So we all really had that learning experience of letting someone else have our baby. That's actually the term we used too. The film was our baby. So that was something that we had to learn during this experience, and I think we got through it very, very well.
Any more questions? Yes.
I have a question for Christian. On a scale of 1 to 10, how is that ranking?
It was a 10.
Is it 10?
It was a 10 because I got to tell the actors like what to do and like how to like say what their like emotions are.
Do we have one more? I think, yes.
Where did you find your inspiration?
Hey, Danny. My inspiration was mostly from this guy, honestly, because he was the one that was like, we should make a film that is crazy, just a lot of stuff in it, go through a lot of different things, but also have a story that we tell that is a guy trying to process grief. And so, do you have anything to say? What was your inspiration?
I guess a lot, yeah. I mean, obviously, I think some of the inspiration was pretty there. Star Wars, Marvel, there's some Kill Bill, some John Wick in there. I think those were our biggest inspiration, not just like style, but also like pacing, because it was a 20-minute long film, so we were like, we gotta keep people's interest. So how are we gonna do that? And we watched a bunch of films before, and got our ideas based off of that.
Amazing job on your film. marketing at the moment, but I have a lot of experience also freelancing in other, cinematography positions, script, lighting, AC, all that.
Yo, what's going down? It's J Rails, Mr. Exclusive, aka your favorite filmmaker. Oh yeah.
We got a little personality on the panel. I know that's right. So I'm super excited to be sitting here with you all today. Thank you guys for being here. We're gonna hop right into it. So we have filmmaker, director, DP. How do you all, y'all have to check what y'all was? How do you all come up with your concepts for your projects? And we can start wherever.
Actually, with me, probably.
You got the mic, yeah.
How do I come up with the projects? I actually think the easiest thing is to come up with a project. I think most people, maybe there are filmmakers in the room. I'm going to assume there are filmmakers in the room at this festival. So as soon as people know that you're a filmmaker, they come to you with ideas, right? Like you're sitting there having a beer with somebody and they're like, oh, I had this idea for a film. And what tends to happen is they have a great idea for like a first act of a film, but it's really hard to have like the full film. It's hard to know where you're going to end up. And so I have a book full of those, like everybody in this room probably, of like good first acts, like good ideas. So I actually think coming up with an idea is kind of the easiest part. It's harder to make things. It's harder to get things completed. But I mean, honestly, but speaking more specifically to like what I'm interested in, I feel like I'm inspired by life. I've always loved to drive. Like I was like, when I was a kid, when I was like, whatever it was, 8, and my parents said that I could leave the neighborhood on my bicycle. That like blew my mind, and I could go like just see what I'm interested in people, just see what other people in neighborhoods, and I'd ride to the school and just hang out at the school and just watch people. And that was the same way when I started to drive too. It was just like being able to drive and watch people, and I still do that to this day. Just drive around, listen to music, and see what people are doing, and go talk to people, and that's what inspires me.
So for me, like as a cinematographer, I'm usually not like the first like origin of like this, the story being created, and usually I'm like brought along when it's more at a like collaborative point. It's like the script's kind of there, there's a director attached to it, and it's kind of like how do we make these ideas come to life? And so it's like I feel like for me, coming up with like ideas that are a little bit more like towards a common goal, which I think is really fun because it's like, depending on who's the team, it's like you get the same script, but then if you have different teams of people like creating it, it's going to turn out into a different film, every time. So I think that's just a very cool process, but yeah.
For me, I've never wanted to lose my sense of imagination just since I was a kid. I remember, I think it was in 2nd grade, my teacher, and this is in the 1900s for some of you young people, but in 2nd grade, my teacher, she walked around and she was like, hey, what does everybody want to be when they grow up? And I didn't know what I wanted to be, but I told her I wanted to do something in entertainment. Like, that's what I was like, I want to be in entertainment in some capacity. And other kids, were police officers and firefighters and teachers and lawyers and doctors. She gave me my paper back and she said, pick something more realistic. And for me, I remember that moment and I've always carried it with me. So when it comes to creating, I try to dive deep into that like childlike imagination, because when you're a kid, you come up with some of the craziest stuff. And so I try to, keep that, just that same fun, genuine nature as far as like being a creative goes. And I try to keep that for whenever I'm coming up with any type of script idea.
Yeah, so for me as a director, like Stacia said, she comes a little bit after. I'm the person everybody looks to and says, what's going on? And I'm like, I don't know. But I will say with the concepting, one thing that happens a lot, especially since I do a lot of client work, is, they say, hey, we need to show the company in this light, we need to advertise this. And so I think about my life and the things that have impacted me, and the tone and the mood of what I want to portray and how I can get that. You can have a film that, doesn't have the biggest budget and doesn't have maybe like an amazing look to it, but the actors are amazing and the script is amazing, and you can still be moved by that. And so those little things, the little things that make a difference, that changes the mood and tone for what anybody is watching and feeling, that's something that I would really focus on and try to emphasize.
Beautiful, thank you.
Collaborating, and how do you have any advice on collaborating with others?
Yeah, I never want to be the smartest person in the room. I never want to be the person that knows everything. I always say, you know, if I'm the person that knows everything about the whole entire production, then it's probably not going to be as good as if I let somebody who's in their area really thrive. So I'm not a gaffer. I can put up a light, but it's not going to be the same as if I have somebody who has a passion about that and who really can like evoke a mood just with lighting. And so if you're, you know, if you are the smartest person in the room, I always say like go to a different room. So in a room of 10s, be a 1, and then once you become a 10, be an 11 and 20. It's always moving up, it's always learning, but it's never thinking that you know it all. As far as like making something, you know, in indie, we do tend to have smaller crews. So we have had, you know, 2 or 3 people doing something that maybe in Hollywood they would have like 30 or 50 people doing something. So it's possible, but there's this beautiful moment when you're on a bigger set and you see everybody excelling in the specific role that they're supposed to be in. And I really think not only does it make it easier on everyone, like mentally and emotionally and physically, but what it does is it creates something that was so small to begin with, and it makes it blossom, and you're really just like proud to do what you get to do in that moment.
Yeah, I definitely agree with that, and I feel like that I did my first film 13 years ago, and I tell people all the time the biggest lesson that I learned was how not to make a film, and that's because when you looked at the credits, you just saw the same 1 or 2 names over and over and over. And obviously, you know, when you're first starting, you got to do what you got to do. A lot of times, like, budget comes into play and things like that. However, especially where we are now, just kind of like how distribution is set up in social media and all the different avenues that we have, you can come up with a plan, you know, for your film, and you can bring people on for a passion project, if you will, and let them know, like, hey, here's the goal, here's what we're trying to do. And then if you can get people to buy into that vision, like she said, there really is a beauty when you watch like all these people doing all the things. And you know, I'm not a sound person at all. Like I don't sound is very important for film, but when it comes to me, I don't care about it because that's not my thing. You know, I am a director. Sorry, sound guys, I see you in the right here. You guys are very important people. But not like for me, I'm a cinematographer. I'm a director. I feel most at home behind the camera. So getting people, you know, I tell all my crew all the time that like, hey, when I come to set, I just want to worry about my shots. Like that's it. I don't want to have like, don't tell me about the wardrobe and about all that. That's great. Like we'll talk about it later. But when I get to set, like the best way that I can create and my talents are best served behind the camera. And I feel like when everybody is doing what they're best served, you know, what is going to benefit, you know, the crew the most, I think that's when you get an amazing piece of artwork.
Yeah, I mean, just to kind of reiterate, I mean, I think that's like one of the best parts about filmmaking is just how much collaboration is there, just like already in the process. And I think something that's really important, like just getting to the collaboration, is just being able to like network, but in a way where it's like you're able to like learn about people you're meeting, and you're able to learn about like their strengths or things that they're really into, and then like building a team for the right people for the project. You know, because you might see people post on social media and like their work, and you might really admire that, but you might not necessarily know what it's, like to work directly with that person. So, and I think it's okay if you don't necessarily see eye to eye with like everyone you work with, but you'll at least be able to learn like more about yourself and how to build that community for yourself.
I think I'll be a little bit of a different voice here in that I actually think you can make films by yourself, but I don't think you should. I actually think that's what's kind of amazing is I came up like in the transition from like actually shooting on celluloid film and then like digital cameras, and we had really shitty digital cameras that, I mean, people are actually kind of bringing them back now. But now we had DSLRs, and now these cell phones that we're shooting on are just like incredible. So you actually can. I don't think you should, because I'll just echo what everybody up here said in that working with other people is the most amazing feeling. I mean, like, we're incredibly social creatures, and it just feels good. But I just want to back up and say that I think I'm a little bit different here in that I do want to know how to do everything on set, because I want to walk onto a set and have a sense of what everything is going on, because as a director, or just like whatever you want to call yourself, as the leader of any position in a crew, ultimately people are coming up to you and asking you a lot of questions. And I was raised on like commercial sets mainly, big commercial sets. And then I made a couple of really small films with a few people that I met on those commercial sets and just said, hey, I kind of want to make this thing. And they were like, yeah, cool, I've got a DSLR, let's go make a thing. And it did well, and we liked the feeling. And then I was like, okay, fuck that, I want to do this by myself. And I went, and my biggest failure is I tried to make a movie by myself. And I shot for months and months and months, and then sat in an edit for months, all through the Indianapolis winter, over at the Stutz building. And I was cold, and my toes were freezing, and I was trying to get paychecks at the same time. And I was like, this is the worst feeling. And then I went and made something with a few friends, and it felt great again. And I was like, oh yeah, that's better. It's better to make things with other people. And so I would encourage you to do that. But I will say, yeah, I like knowing, understanding what everybody else is doing on set, so that I have a sense of just kind of the flow of things, because so much about filmmaking is about flow, and when you're a leader of a crew, just kind of having a sense of like, why is this happening and that, and why is this taking so long? I want to know all of those things, so I at least have a sense, but then I'll still back off and shut the hell up so that people can do what they do.
Great, thank you. So Indianapolis is pivoting, and I think it's been very evident, especially just in the first 6 months of 2024. We've seen so many things come to Indianapolis that haven't been here. I feel like the art scene is growing. In terms of film industry, is growing in Indianapolis. How do you all feel that, what can we do to advance the filmmaking industry here in Indiana?
Listen. Okay, so, and this is solely just my opinion, good people. This is healthy conversation, though. What I genuinely think is that, like I said, it'll be 13 years in December for me, and so I tell people all the time, like, I was making films when it wasn't cool to be a filmmaker, right? And so it's like, now I feel like there is a big part of it that, like, it's grown and it's gotten a lot of eyes, and I love that for the culture here in the city. What I think is that there should be more emphasis on making better work, as opposed to just to say, like the Instagram post, like, hey, we working. Like, that, like I said, that's cool, and you got to get your content and you got to get all the things, but like, for instance, if I mention the platform Tubi, that puts something in everybody's mind, and you already know what people say about Tubi movies, correct? So I don't have to explain it, because you all already know, or everyone, for the most part, has an idea. I don't want that to be the tone of, like, Indianapolis filmmaking, right? Like, I want it to be something that people take seriously, and they're only going to take us as seriously as we take ourselves. So when I say for us to create better artwork, I get clients all the time that they're like, hey, we want to shoot this project and we want to get it out, and we gotta hurry, like, there's this imaginary finish line, and it's just like, what are we rushing for? Like, now, obviously, yes, you want to get things out in somewhat of a timely manner if you can, and so on and so forth. However, if it's gonna take us 2 months to do it bad and 6 months to do it right, like, why not take those extra 4 months? It's just my thing. And so I think that in order to help grow the community so that it's something that people can look at and say, like, for instance, like the Atlanta community. The Atlanta community they're doing a lot of great things down there, and it's really moving and it's thriving. It's like, why can't we have that here? There's a level of seriousness and just a level of production value that I feel like, and it doesn't follow on everybody, but I think that in any industry you have people who get into it because it seems cool for right now, right? And so, and which is fine, you know, welcome, hello, how are you? You know, that whole thing. But I think that for the people who really want to tell stories and captivate, you know, shots in a way to where we can all, you know, sit in settings like these and watch them on the screen and they're actually serious about it, take the time to do it right. Because when we put this work out and people see it, it's like they're gonna critique all of us based off of what they see in the moment. So if your film is what they see right now, we all have to answer for that, because we're gonna get lumped into the, oh, he's an Indianapolis filmmaker, she's an Indianapolis filmmaker. This is what they do, and they may or may not judge it off of something that has been done that a lot of effort wasn't put towards it.
Yeah, that was great. I think a big part of it is also just showing up and supporting, you know, your friends, your peers, collaborators. I mean, like, sure, I'm a DP, but like, I don't have to be the DP on every single project. Like, it's totally cool. You need a grip, like, you need someone to gaff the short film, like, I could be there, you know. And I think for me, that's also been like my way to kind of like build connections and to like bond with people, because it's a little bit easier for me to like show up in that way. But I think like Indiana, like, we do have a pool of like talent here, and we have people who are skilled, and we have people who are eager to grow and like push. But I think it's sometimes just like that awareness of what's out there, you know. I think maybe almost in the opposite way, like, we do need to show more of our work, you know. It's like people aren't gonna know what you do unless you kind of show that for yourself.
I feel like I'm gonna be like the Debbie Downer. My producer always says, do we have the budget? And I hate that question, but now I'm gonna ask that. I think that's one thing that is really important, is people who are willing to invest in films and invest in the filmmaking community. Like Will said, like, you know, we can make something on our iPhone, but like, it does take money to create something at a certain level. And I would love to invest in everybody's film, but I can't. And so I think it's those, you know, people and businesses who really want to come around and they want to make art. They're not trying to make commercials. They're not trying to sell themselves. They're trying to create something beautiful. And so I think that's one way that we could really just elevate the film community, is giving people the opportunity to focus on the art and not the money aspect of it. Because as soon as money gets brought into it, which it will, whether it's the smallest film or the biggest film, right, that can sometimes stifle creativity. And so knowing that there are people and there are places and platforms, and, you know, and film festivals like this where you really can have a voice and you really can be supported throughout that journey. I also think I'm probably different than a lot of people here too, because I kind of don't want us to get too big. I like indie, and I like how like we're like this hidden gem of amazing filmmakers. I would love for every filmmaker to go on, you know, outside of indie and to really like show everybody in the world like what indie has to offer. But I kind of like how small we are and how kind of like a close-knit family we are. But that being said, I think we focus a lot on some of the more obvious roles in film, right? So we have our, you know, gaffers, our DPs, grips, things like that. I was an AD. There's very few productions in indie that I know of that actually like want ADs or will pay ADs, right? That is a really, I think it's necessary to have an AD on set, right? So sometimes it's like, okay, but can we focus on maybe some like production design? Can we focus on maybe assistant directing, maybe second AC, you know, those little things where somebody who might be just starting out, they might not be, you know, a director on, you know, a huge project, but they can come in and they can be like the second or the second AD or all the, you know, there's so many different levels. And so I think it's just really important that we don't just focus on some of the big things, but we also try to fill in those little gaps as well.
I don't think I have anything to add. Those are all great.
Perfect. You are all seasoned individuals in the filmmaking industry, and you've probably done some amazing things, but what are your long-term goals? What's the long-term goal that you have with your position now?
The main thing I'm focused on now is feature films. I know this is primarily a short film festival, but it's hard to make anything. I mean, I started out, like I said, kind of in commercials, and then was making short films. But yeah, just focus bigger. So that's my biggest focus right now is writing and then hopefully getting some cash to make some features. Yeah.
Yeah, honestly, same. I'm in pre-production right now for a feature doc, and you know, that's as far as I can look as of right now into the future. But hopefully to do more narrative, scripted film as well, and just honestly get to collaborate at a level and to have a production level that I've just never experienced before. So I think that would be awesome.
Yeah, very much similar. I want to DP feature films full time, and that's kind of the stream of income, you know. While I still like being a DP for other projects, it's definitely like narrative is where my heart is.
For myself, I would say, as far as a goal, I actually just kind of more so stepped back from features. I want to just do more shorts, honestly. I'm kind of in that season right now. I've been doing a lot of like long projects and things like that. So, you love it until you hate it, and then once you hate it for so long, you want to love it again. So I'm pretty sure my feature season will come back, you know, in some point soon. But for right now, just working on getting out more shorter stories, but more like consistently. Because as y'all know, especially here, features can take quite a while if you let them. So yeah, that would be my goal.
Love it. Okay, so with putting out any work of art, you run, do I want to call it a risk? You run the risk of people judging it, it's not really a risk, it's inevitable. People judging it, you give people the space to hate it, you give people the space to love it. How do you all deal with feedback? How do you handle feedback and criticism of your work, and what is the biggest lesson you've learned from criticism?
I think, I mean, like if you make something that like everybody loves, it's probably not pushing any boundaries anywhere. You know, it's probably not, you know, it's like how much is it really like saying at that point? So I think it's like if some people like really love it, you're probably also going to get a few people that probably don't align with it, and that's totally cool. I think at that point you're probably doing something right. And in terms of like criticism, I think like it's really important to be open to criticism and critiques, but I think at the same time, you know what you're going for, and so you don't need to necessarily take every single piece of criticism. But I think a lot of it is pretty valid, but I think that is going to be up to you to decipher.
For me, it was difficult to kind of navigate that when I first started. I did my first TV show in 2017. And I remember the night that it debuted on TV, like that next morning, I had a bunch of calls and texts from people to say, hey, you should have done this, or your character over here should have did that, or that. And it's just like, and it really irritated me at first, but then I was like, you know what? The fact that I was even in a position for people to have an opinion about something that I created, that's what I wanted. So I can't look at, I never set out to make everybody love what I did. Like, no, I just wanted people to see my artwork, you know? And so once I was in a position to where it was out and people could view it, if you like, love, or hate it, that's cool, but you were able to have that opinion because you saw it. And that was my goal right there. So once I kind of shifted, you know, my perspective from, oh, somebody said they didn't like this, or this character should be more of that, or so on and so forth, I had to put that out of my mind and just say, hey, at least they watched it, you know, because if I was to have a conversation with somebody and they're like, wait, what did you do again? And it's just like, that's when you know they're like, okay, you're not really hitting the mark. So, yeah.
That was so well said. Oh, I forgot what I was just going to say. I was basking, and I just want to put an exclamation point on the end of yours. Thank you. It's so I've said this a couple of times. It's really hard to make things, so okay, making films is really hard because it's so collaborative. You know, maybe a cynical way of looking at it is you start with an idea and it's perfect, and then every person that you bring into that, it falls farther and farther away from that initial idea. And so if you are the originator of that idea, you're constantly like reaching back out, kind of going like, no, it's supposed to be this, I think. It's supposed to be this. And it happens just through practical like realities. Like you end up at a location, it's like, people are like, man, this location's incredible. And you're like, yeah, but it's not what was in my head, but it is incredible, but is it different now? And so you're making those sacrifices the entire time. Now that's inevitable. I'm not saying like, oh, it shouldn't be that way. That's just what happens. That's just the reality of making things come to life, unless you're in animation, which is dope. I wish I could do animation. But so once you make something and you release it, and the question was about criticism or constructive feedback, and people say something to you, sometimes you do feel like, that's what I was aiming at. Like you caught on to something that I was aiming at, but I didn't quite get there, if it's criticism. Or sometimes people give you feedback that's like, oh, you know, that's not what I was aiming at, but I love that you found that in that, you know? So I guess I'm just saying like, it's complicated because you're aiming for something, you won't achieve that, you achieve something else, and usually by the end of it, because it takes so long to make things, you're like, I'm not even sure what this is. I like it, I think, and people around me are saying it's ready to go, so I guess it's ready to go. And then you send it out and people give you some kind of feedback back. And so it's complicated. It's really challenging because it's kind of, you're always at odds, I guess. There's always that tension. So I guess ultimately how I deal with it is I just have done it for so long. I know that's inevitable. And by the end of the process, I sort of expect that. And now I just nod my head and I say thank you. And then I just try to take all of that in and then try again and harder the next time.
Yeah. I will say one of the hardest things for me, and it's still something that I work on, even in my role, is basically saying like, here I am, here's my idea, like, and it gives people the opportunity to, you know, say yes, no, what if you change this? And it takes a lot of guts to put yourself out there. Like, all the filmmakers like in this festival, like just to say, hey, I made this and I'm putting my name on it and people are gonna watch it, that is like one of the most bravest things that you can do, because you don't know how somebody's gonna, you know, take it. I remember when I was in college, I made a short film and honestly should have won an Oscar. I'm just saying, I thought it was the best thing, and I showed my mom. She's like, what is this? Like, she's just like not impressed, and it's like, how do you not see what I was going for, right? And I think there's sometimes like you want to fight back and be like, oh, it's them, not me, right? And sometimes it's just, you know, one, allowing, you know, picking and choosing who gets to speak into your art, and picking and choosing who gets to speak into, you know, who you are as a person, but also humbling yourself to know that there might be a chance that, you know, you do need to hear that feedback. You do need that constructive criticism, because a lot of people just want to see you do better. There are people who, you know, will just say stuff to say stuff. And, you know, you have to learn who's doing that and who wants to see you excel and who's doing it for the artwork. And so once you find those people that you trust with your art and with your heart, then I think that's really important. And when you have that support system, you'll be able to do things over and over and over again. The most successful people I know have strong support systems. So find a good one who will not only just like watch your film, but maybe even help you make it or make it better. I think that's really important.
Lovely, thank you. So I have a final question before we open it up to the audience to ask questions. It's a youth film festival, so we want to leave them with something. What is one piece of advice that you would give to an aspiring filmmaker or someone who wants to get started in the film industry?
One thing I would say, and I think I've done it with almost everybody up here, is don't be afraid to just slide into somebody's DMs and say, hey, I want to grab coffee. It might feel weird. They might look at you weird, but most of the time they'll say yes. To really, look at people who've been doing this for a while and ask them questions. Be willing to listen. Because I'm sure, everybody does have something to offer and everybody's unique. But I would say, don't be afraid to ask questions. Don't be afraid to listen. Be willing to start at square one and perfect square one before you try to get to square 5 or square 10. I'd also say be honest with yourself at what you really want to do. When I went to college, I was going to be a DP. I got into my first camera class and I was like, I ain't doing this. This is not for me. And I had to be able to pivot and listen to myself and look at what I'm skilled at and what I actually enjoy, and then merging the two. And so, being willing to listen to people, being willing to work hard, and I think if you just stay true to your vision and you're respectful to others, I think that you'll be able to do a lot for sure.
I would say, I think having an open mind is super, super, super important, and just the willingness to learn. I think it's okay to not have all the answers at once. And as far as reaching out to people, because I went to school in North Carolina, and then because of the pandemic and everything, I kind of came back here where my family is. And the way I started working here, I would just reach out to people and be like, hey, I love the work that you're doing, and I'd love to get to know you more, and then I would love to ask some advice. And most people I've talked to just in the indie community has been super, super respectful and encouraging, willing to take it a step farther. So I definitely agree with that piece of advice, with just reaching out to people, and then I think being open and not afraid to learn and grow.
For myself, what I would say is the first thing is start somewhere. It doesn't matter where that somewhere is. That somewhere realistically always is wherever you are in that moment. Start somewhere. If you don't have a camera, start with your phone. Honestly, there's a lot of people. If this was 10 years ago, maybe it'd be a different story. But as of right now, social media is as big as it's ever been. Utilize that to your advantage. If you have a good personality and you want to put that out there and you want to start just doing some vlogs or whatever the case, start somewhere, because where you start is obviously not where you're going to finish. Humble beginnings are great. Don't let them be humble endings as well, all right? So that means every time that you are doing something, I did my very first film, and I was just like, okay, cool, this was great. What did I learn from it? Okay, the stuff that I didn't like about it, the things that I wanted to perfect, I made sure to better those things the next time out. So each and every time that you do something, you should be getting somewhat better. It should never be, you're declining or anything like that, or staying the same. You don't want to get to a point to where you're stagnant. And I would say lastly, be creative, man. Just be creative. As simple as that sounds, if you have an opportunity to be lazy, don't take it. Use your brain, be creative, really jump off that mental cliff, and just start grabbing ideas in the air. And by the time you land, put those ideas together and you'll come up with some dope artwork.
That's all well said. I'll just also just echo more of that. I mean, like, be ready to fail and learn from those failures. And I mean, I've won awards and I've made dozens of films and hundreds of commercials, and I've failed a shit ton. I promise you, I'm still failing to this day. I've been doing this for a long time, and I still am failing because inevitably you try something. That's what keeps happening. As we grow, no matter what you do, if you stay in film or if you do something else, you're going to keep trying stuff. You're gonna go like, I kind of want to do something like that. You're gonna be inspired, right? You're gonna be curious, and you're gonna chase something. And keep chasing, and keep failing, and just recognize that's just part of the process, and just get comfortable with that. That's my biggest advice is get comfortable with stumbling, get comfortable with failing, and recognize every single person that you admire is doing that. No matter how high or low you think they are, I promise you they're doing that.
Great. Thank you all so much. Thank you. Give it up for the panel. Thank you. Do we have any questions in the audience? It could be general questions or questions for an individual. Yes.
Hi there. First, I wanted to just thank you guys for being here. It makes our dreams more real. For the directors, when you're making a project that you didn't write, or when you're working for hire, how do you maintain your identity as a filmmaker? And for the cinematographer, I know this varies from project to project, but how much of the visual aspect of the film is your vision versus the director's?
That's a really great question, actually. So as a DP, cinematographer, and a director, what I would say is from the director side, I like to have open and honest, upfront dialogue with whomever the client is, prior to getting into anything, because I want you to know exactly who I am as a creator, as a director, as a filmmaker, just as a storyteller. I want you to know all of those things, because you have to, if I'm telling your story from a directional perspective, you have to vet me as, is this guy the right person to tell my story? And I may or may not be that person. So I think a lot of times people just say, oh, hey, I know this guy that directs, we're going to get him. And it's just like, well, he may direct or she may direct, but are they the best director for this particular production? So that's the first thing, is like, you really have to have an extensive level of conversation to say like, hey, when we're on set, like, this is how I flow, and you have to be raw and be real in those moments. From the cinematographer perspective, I always tell whoever that I'm working for that my job is to make it look good, right? If you have a vision for how that goes, I'm a hired gun. So you tell me where to point and shoot, and I got you covered. Now, with that, I always will give some suggestions, in private settings, of course, because you never want to show anybody up on a set. Anybody who's ever been on a set, or if you haven't been, don't show up the higher ups on a set. That's just not a good thing. But, if there's something that I see from an artistic perspective, I'll submit that request to say, hey, look, I see this way, and I'll explain it. If they decide to go with it, cool. If not, hey, it is what it is. At the end of the day, I don't sign on to projects that I don't see, where I can offer my level of, expertise and integrity and just kind of characteristic. So if I'm there, I believe in that project. And then, like I said, at that point, for me, it's just, as a cinematographer, it's just a request to say, hey, can we get this shot over here? Or instead of doing this, what do you think about doing that? Because everybody only sees their own perspective, right? And so my job is to try to, if I can put my perspective on display for you to see it, and then you have to make that decision on if you want to go with that or not.
I think, as the cinematographer, I think ultimately my goal is to help collaborate on the visuals, but, leading to the ultimate goal of what we're trying to say and like how we're trying to say it. And I think depending on the project, because I've worked with some directors who they have very specific shots, even down to like lighting and like focus, and like they're very, very specific about the way they want to shoot it. But then I've also worked with other directors who are like, I kind of want the scene to feel like this, and I really like, so-and-so as a reference and how they've accomplished that. So how do we manipulate or like move in that sort of realm, you know, to get closer to achieving that. So I think it really just depends on that initial like collaboration, and I think what kind of that looks like. So I think like, for me, like I feel comfortable with pitching ideas and like, well, I know we've been trying to get the shot list to look like this, but maybe we kind of break it for this moment for so-and-so reason. And so for me, it's like, I really like diving deep into the script and like really trying to figure out like what the project is. So I can have those ideas to uplift and.
For me as a director, there's two things. One, I'm always like, well, let's fix it in pre-pro so we don't have to fix it in post, which we will always still have to do some things in post, but going in with a plan, you know, if a client or somebody hands me a script, I like to literally make the movie in my head. Like I'm just thinking about what it's gonna look like. And the hardest part, at least for me as a director, which is a very essential part, is saying what I'm thinking, and like trying to describe the pictures I see in my head. And so for me, something that is helpful is I storyboard, and so I can get things down. Knowing that this is more of a guide, a map, and you know, I only want to work with people who I respect and that respect me. I have been on I've been on several sets where people leave the set feeling less than, feeling like they weren't respected, feeling like they weren't heard. And so I want to make sure that the people that I choose to work with are people who create a positive environment for that type of collaboration. But also know, like, you know, I try to have a reason behind why I'm doing something. I don't want just the shot because it looks cool. If I do want a shot just because it looks cool, I'm going to say that. But if it's like, no, I really want this because there's a reason why I want this shot, then it's just talking with the DP. I don't like to just say, just do it, right? I like to be like, hey, here's what I'm thinking. Let's talk about this. And then have feedback. I know like Stacia and I have worked together before, and a lot of it is just like, I think we should do this. I think we should do this. All right, well, let's figure it out, right? And you know, and then we just have a lot of conversation. And then, you know, sometimes there's been times she's done what I've asked, and I'm like, you're right, we should have done it your way. Let's do it your way now. It's okay to do things like that. So I think just having a good, respectful relationship between the DP and the director is essential, because if you elevate one more than the other in some days, then like you're not going to get what you need or what you want.
I think the one thing that I'll add to it is I think it's kind of romantic to suggest that artists, like an art is a representation of the artist. To a certain degree it is. But I think you have to be careful not to identify too much with your art, because in my opinion, I think then you're going to get into ego, and I think ego, especially as a director, you are leading a set, or at least leading a department of a set. But in general, you're leading the entire crew, right? And so everybody's walking up to you and saying, what do you want to do? How this or that, right? And it's really easy. The more you do that, years and years, you start to build yourself up. You're like, it's because I have the best ideas. It's because I'm the one who wins here. I'm the winner here, right? And that's just not the truth. It's not. Everybody there matters. It's just what I believe. I always say a director directs. A director is the person who says onward this way. And then when that was the wrong way, and people are like, why the hell did you send us this way? To go, I'm sorry, we should go that way now. That's it. That's the job. You know what I mean? And so if you kind of don't identify with anything other than that, then you'll be good. Then you'll be straight. And then just everything else everybody here has been saying is just trust your collaborators and just don't over-identify with it, you know. So in terms of identity, you know, like keeping your identity in it, it's not, I try not to actually. I try to stay out of it. I try to hold the original idea up as best as I can, but I'm separate from the idea. The idea just came through me in some way, or through a conversation or whatever it was, but it's not connected to me or my personality or something like that. Does that make sense?
Thank you so much for that question. That is our time. Thank you all so much for being here today. So we are going to take a quick 15-minute break before we reconvene for our music video portion. Make sure y'all meet me back here. Check out the concession stand. Check out the red carpet. Thank you all again for being here. And I will see y'all at 5:30 back here. beautiful people, how we feeling? Okay. How we feeling for real? I love it. It has been an amazing day. This whole entire festival has been amazing, right? Yeah. Anybody been here all day with me? I know that's right. We tired, but that's all right. We are about to move into the music video portion of the festival. It is going to be amazing. Sit back, relax. I hope you got your snacks from the concession stand. It's going to be great. Now, just like with the narrative films, we do have a trigger warning. There will be guns, violence, and language that may not be okay for a younger audience. But if you're all right with that, sit back and relax, and we're going to roll the music videos.
Ow! Ow!
Stop moving so much.
Could you not go so hard?
Barely letting me get any.
I can take it, just go slow. Ow, ow! Okay, enough.
Okay, let's stop early.
Sorry. Guess it was just a little rough this time.
Don't worry about it. There's towels in the counter. Go clean yourself up.
Thanks.
So, how long are you staying?
Should I go? I can go if you want.
No, you can stay. I have an early meeting tomorrow, you know? I didn't hurt you, did I?
Oh, no. It's fine. I'm actually glad we got to spend time together.
Me too. You were just so busy with the
Conference? I was one of 5 people invited, remember?
Duh. I was just about to say that. So, how was it?
It was great.
I met so many...
Okay. What were you saying?
Nothing. You got anything to drink?
Yeah, I should have some wine in the fridge or something. Haven't gone grocery shopping in a few weeks.
You got it.
Mark, I'm thirsty. Where are my manners? Toast. What? Marky doesn't like the red. Hello?
Who's Carmen?
Carmen. I don't know Carmen.
Really? Never heard of her.
Who is she to you?
Are we really playing this game? I can just open your fridge.
You didn't look inside, did you?
No, why? What's in there?
Mark? Mark! You can't open my shit!
Eve!
I'm just gonna fucking eat that.
Are you fucking kidding me? Who is she?
It's late, just drop it.
If I'm being cheated on, I want to know.
Cheated on? Mark, we're not even together.
We basically are. I'm over all the time. I sleep over sometimes. We cuddle.
So what? You can do that with friends these days.
How many people are you seeing?
Doesn't matter.
How many?
You're not gonna like it.
Tell me. Okay, God. Since when? I thought we were exclusive.
Okay, we never said that.
I thought it would happen. I thought you liked me.
Who says that I don't? Look, I'm sorry that you had to find out this way, but I'm not sorry for the people I see. It's not about you, Mark.
Be my girlfriend.
Mark.
I want you to be my girlfriend. I'll be my wife.
Mark, stop.
I love you, Eve. I can't get enough of you. I don't even like when you eat me, but I put up with it. I do whatever you want if you be mine.
Mark, please, just stop. Please stop. Please stop.
You can have my ears, my lips, my whatever you want. Just be
Mark.
with me.
Mark, enough!
Eat me.
Enough! God! Being clingy, okay? What we have is good, right? You're fine, I'm fine. You can see the same amount of people that I'm seeing if you want to. Jeez. Next time, just don't look where you're not supposed to. What are you doing?
Do you remember the first time you ate some of me?
Didn't you pee your pants?
Yeah. I came over and you told me about it. I remember you being so nervous about telling me, but I couldn't tell. I had a million thoughts running through my head. At first I thought you were joking. I kept thinking it wouldn't be that bad because of how funny you were when we met. You were so charming and personable. I thought me getting to know you would make it all bearable.
Did it?
That made it hurt worse.
Your email? Seriously? Gabby, come on. Nobody's sending an email this late.
Last check, I promise. I'm taking tonight to chill, but Alex is taking forever, so...
He just pulled in. He's probably putting his socks on or something.
Yeah, well, I don't like waiting, so I'd appreciate it if he'd... Finally. Let's go.
So where are we going?
You didn't tell him?
I thought you told him.
Troy is having a party at his place tonight. Sort of a last hurrah to cap off the year before we all move on with our lives.
And we all got invites.
Well, no, but the Queen here did, and she promised to sneak us in. Isn't that right, Your Highness?
Do not call me that.
Why? If the crown fits, wear it. Think of it. Today, high school. Tomorrow, the world.
Great.
What?
It's just some drunk jerk. Hold on.
What was that? Oh my god. What the fuck? We have to call an ambulance or the cops. Gabby, dial 911.
What do you think I'm doing,
Go
Simon?
faster! He's hurt.
I'm going as fast as I can. Shut up.
Guys? He's gone.
911, what's your emergency? Hello? Hello?
Sorry. False alarm.
Gabby, what are you doing? Call them back. You just...
We didn't do anything. This wouldn't have even happened if it weren't for that drunk asshole. He didn't even stop.
Then we'll talk to the cops. They'll understand. Alex, help me out here.
I don't...
No! Guys, we call this in, we're done. Like, done. I'm not going down like this. Not for something that wasn't even our fault. I'm sorry. We can't help him. We have to help ourselves now.
Hey, where do you think you're going? You can't seriously still go to that party.
My car is covered in blood. We have to clean it off before we go anywhere. Get in.
What are we gonna tell people?
I don't know. We never went to the party. We hit a deer or something.
Doing okay?
No, Alex. I don't think I am. You seem alright, though.
I don't get much sleep anyways. Here, it'll help you think more clearly.
I'm not in the mood, man.
Okay. Sorry. You know we gotta do something about this, right?
What are you talking about? Do what? What are we supposed to do? Gabby is right. If we talk about this to anybody, we're screwed.
So we're just gonna sit around and do nothing?
I don't know. I guess.
No, you don't mean that, Simon. I'm tired of walking around and avoiding people. I couldn't even look at my mom this morning, dude. Come on, we can go talk to Gabby
Back
and...
off, man. Just leave me alone. I can't.
Simon, I'm sorry. I should have listened to you. I was scared. I'm still scared. You were right.
Too little too late, Alex.
Where is he? I have things I have to get done today.
He'll be here. He's not that late yet.
All right, what are we doing here?
I want to talk about what happened.
There's nothing to talk about. I took care of it. We never made it to Troy's. We hit a raccoon miles away. We even saw a couple of drunk drivers on our way home. It's airtight.
I can't live that lie, Gabby. I don't think you can either. We have to do the right thing. I know we're scared,
I am
but...
not scared. I'm not. And I am doing the right thing. I'm protecting us from a crime that we didn't even commit. I have everything under control.
No, you don't. We're going to tell them the truth. They'll understand.
Simon, what are you talking about? Who? Simon, please tell me you didn't.
Didn't think I was gonna find anyone else out here. Although, she's a beaut, ain't she? So, what's your name, partner?
No hablo inglés.
Ah, right. Nombre? Nombre.
Amado de la Cruz.
Joseph Williams, at your service. Right, well, what brings you out here? Amado? Right, sorry. ¿Qué haces aquí?
Estoy buscando algo.
Okay, ayuda. Ayuda? Right. I hate to do this to you, Amado buddy, but that money ain't your daddy's, it ain't yours, it's rightfully mine. Do you even know where your daddy got it? Now listen, since you're my pal, I'm gonna take you on real easy now. I'm gonna let you just dig it up for me, walk out of here, and we're gonna be just fine, partner. Fuckers are all the same, aren't you? I mean, come on, Amado, now. This is just silly. You better put down that gun, boy, before you're gonna do something you're gonna regret.
En el desierto viajero de amor, desesperado quería yo canto energía, le dio y amor para vivir. Amaneció desesperado, pero ya está lleno de amor. Nunca dejará su vida, tiene esperanza sin dolor. La 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 la, la 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 la, quiere ahora seguir su camino. La 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 la, la 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 la, ya se va y el colibrí se fue cantando. No volverá.
DJ, turn me up. Thank you. Are there any of the filmmakers in the room with us tonight? Yes! Please come down to the stage with me, please. Those were some beautiful works of art. Thank you all so much for sharing. Clap it up for him one more time. So we're just gonna go down the line. I want you all to introduce yourself. Tell me a little bit about the inspiration behind your films.
So my name is Jack Langrick. My film, I guess the inspiration was just the actual Indiana State Road 39. It's very like windy, and you see crashes on it a lot. So when I was thinking of this like thriller, I was like, that could happen, probably. And then got a bunch of friends together and we made it. So.
What's up, guys? My name
Angel!
is Angel Mejia. The inspiration for my short film, I love westerns. Very big on Tarantino, Clint Eastwood. So those were the main inspirations for my short film. And this was actually for my capstone course. So when they were asking me what I wanted to do, I was like, I want to do a western, because that's really not something people really do for their capstones and stuff. It's usually really centered in their local community. I wanted to explore, do something kind of different. So that's really inspiration for that.
Hi, I'm Noah Sanchez. I directed The Con Artist, and I'm just a huge fan of silent films in general. Love Charlie Chaplin and Buster Keaton, and I was watching one of Buster Keaton's films one day, and I texted my friend, I'm like, dude, we gotta make a silent film or something. And we ended up making it for a class just to get out of the final for it, but it ended up, like, we loved it, and it was such a great process. But yeah, a lot of the inspiration just comes from old silent movies.
Hi, I'm Isaiah Henderson. I directed Echappe, which is the one with the ballerina. Actually, she's right there. Raise your hand, Micah. Shout out, shout out. The inspiration for this film, my whole life I've been surrounded by dancers. It's always been something that I've been interested in. And I wanted to put my appreciation for that art film on screen. And I wanted to explore something I could relate to, which is how we use art as a form of escape.
Hi, I'm Keon Clardy. I directed Room for Two. And a big inspiration for me is I just always wanted to try my hand at like a dark comedy, really bridging like drama and just laughs, and see like how far I could go with that. So I'd say some inspirations were maybe the Coen brothers. They do a lot of that kind of stuff, a lot of dry stuff.
Hello everyone, my name is Amani Muhammad. I directed and starred in Another Rainy Day.
So this is actually my very first film, so this is kind of a little debut for me. My inspiration for it was honestly just mental health and well-being. It was inspired a little bit from my own personal life and dealing with, you know, things becoming overwhelming and just deciding to take the time to just take time for yourself. My goal is to want to create films to inspire other people, and so for my first one, like, why not inspire people to just take the day for them?
Hello everyone, my name is Dream Taylor, and I also helped with producing and filming Another Rainy Day, and I could also relate to, you know, just like making sure that you take time away for yourself. You know, like most times when you get calls and text messages, it's for, you know, people asking for favors and stuff like that, and it's important to, you know, take time for yourself and not let people walk all over you. So that was what it is.
We're going to open it up to the audience. Does anyone have any questions for the filmmakers? Yes.
Just for everybody, what was like your favorite part about producing your film?
I guess I can answer that. So producing my film was honestly one of the more interesting parts of that whole production. Dealing with like the park rangers and the National Park Service was a very interesting and expensive venture. I spent too much money on the permits and all that kind of stuff I needed to film there, and then needing an on-site monitor. It was very interesting, but it was very informative experience, trying to figure that out and learning that kind of part of filmmaking, which people don't really talk about, getting the permits, getting the permissions, getting all that kind of stuff, you know, for music as well. So that's really the fun part of that production for me.
I think the most fun part for me, in a way, is like the problem solving, because like you don't realize how hard it is to make one of these until it's like 3 a.m, it's wet, it's freezing, and your lenses don't work. But
They worked.
They worked. They did work. They were just covered in fog. But once you figure that out, and once you finally see it on the screen, I mean, that makes it all worth it.
For me, it was working with the actors. I was fortunate enough that they knew each other, so like with such an intimate script, that definitely helped do my job a little bit. But when we like actually started working, it was just cool like to feel that chemistry and the energy in the production. So yeah, and I learned a lot of like acting techniques from that too.
My favorite part of producing Echappe was probably letting the song Pas de Dieu from the Nutcracker inform the story, because while I was writing Echappe, although there's no dialogue, but when I was writing it, I was also listening to that song and kind of thinking what that music was telling me. I think my favorite part was that, because I just love music and it kind of informs my life.
I would say the most fun part was not only getting to work with like a larger crew, which was the first time I'd ever actually done that for one of my short films, but also just being able to sit back and mostly focus on just directing it, and then directing the actors to act more like cartoonish, where they're not allowed to talk in it, so I need them to like express what they're trying to say through just movement, so then the audience can at least know what they're saying when there's no title card. So I thought that was probably the most fun to do.
I would say for me, probably one of my favorite parts was just figuring stuff out. This was all like one big experience. I had an idea. I called Dream. She had a camera. I was like, "Hey, you want to make a film?" She said, "Bet." So during like the editing process and filming, we were just kind of going with the flow, seeing what worked, seeing what didn't. And that was probably my favorite part, was just when something did work, and after a long time of things failing, it was like, oh, okay, a moment. So yeah.
would just say the same thing to add on to what she was saying. It was a lot of trial and error, and we worked it out basically, and we got to explore like sound engineering even, and we got to play with my camera. I never really used my camera outside of like taking pictures and stuff like that. So to use it like with the film was really fun to figure out.
Amazing. Do we have any more questions in the audience? Yes.
Well, first I just want to say great job to all of you guys. It's really amazing that you're able to bring your visions to life. But what does your creative process look like?
Chaos. I'll leave it at that.
Well, this was for a class, so it was a little bit different. But normally, I just like have a big notes app full of like nuggets of ideas, and then when those all suck, I delete them. I just write whatever the newest idea is. So yeah.
My creative process, I usually start with something in the world that means a lot to me, or something that has been bothering me, or something that I want to say. That's probably the main thing. And I start by writing a log line, and then I sort of write like a brief outline, and then I write the script. And then oftentimes I find that music inspires me. Sometimes I'll be listening to music and kind of write what I feel based off that music, and that was the case with Echappe.
I'd have to say just watching a lot of movies was my inspiration for it, like my motivation to like figure out how to do all that. And then when it came to just thinking of the idea, just get a whiteboard basically and write down as many ideas, and whichever one seems like the best one, go with that one and work around that.
My creative process involves a lot of mood boards, a lot of watching a lot of movies, especially for something like this where I've never done a Western, so I needed all the inspiration, all of the mood boards to like go on Pinterest, scroll, just kind of look at shots and stuff like that. I'm a very visual person, so I love to know what kind of shots I want in my short films and stuff like that. So definitely doing that and storyboards is really the way I do films and stuff like that.
My creative process is really terrible. Usually I'll have an idea, usually when I'm trying to go to bed, and then I'll obsess over that idea in bed for at least a week until it's perfect in my mind, and then I find people who want to go make it. That's pretty much it. But like inspiration can come from anywhere. So.
We have one more question up top.
Yeah, I know we have a couple of first-time filmmakers, which wow. But all of them were incredible. How long have you guys been making films or shorts or videos of any kind?
For me, I've been working in media for around, I'd say 7 years, but I've only been doing short films for around, I'd say 2. So this whole cinematic kind of, discipline is pretty new to me, but I've been working in media for a while, so I kind of have some kind of prior knowledge, but that's for me.
I made my first short film when I was a junior in high school, which that one also was a silent film. Then I made a few others like in college and then senior year of high school, and I'm still doing it now. So I've been doing this for quite a while, but I also just used to make regular YouTube videos with friends for a lot longer. It just wasn't until I made an actual short film until junior year of high school. So.
I'd say that this film is probably my first proper short film, and I was a junior when I made it. I'm now 17 and I'm going to be a senior, but I started making like little things when I was probably about 8 or 9. Like I remember like we went to a motel and I made a little horror movie there with my sister, and like, yeah.
Yeah, I'm so glad you asked that. My little brother actually, we used to make Lego movies together. Yeah, like, I don't know, maybe when I was like 11. So yeah, I've just always liked making short stuff. And I think my first short film was probably in college. Like I made stuff for high school projects, but I don't think I really felt proud of my stuff until freshman year.
Yeah, so this was a debut. It was like the first thing we put out Me and Dream actually have been best friends for over 10 years, and ever since we've met, we've been making little short films. They're lost in the abyss now, but we've always been making like little films because we just knew we were going to be YouTube stars one day. So I've actually been, have done a few kind of like mockumentary style like films a few years back when I was about 14 or 15. I'm now 19. So this is my first time where I was just like, even though I don't know everything, even though I'm still learning, I'm not gonna wait until I know everything to make a film. I'm gonna make one with the knowledge I have and keep moving forward.
This was also my first film, and yeah, I had no experience coming into this, so I kind of just went off of what her ideas and what she had and tried to bring it to life as best as I could. And yeah, I've never made a film before, so aside from the ones that we made when I was like 10 and she was 11 on her mother's phone, which like she said is lost in the abyss as of right now, but yeah.
Wonderful. Thank you all so much for your questions. Thank you for sharing your art. Y'all can go ahead and take a bow. So we're going to take a short 5-minute break to set up for our last panel of the day. Y'all sad? I'm sad. We only got a little more time together. We're going to set up for our last panel, and we will meet back here in 5 minutes.
Yeah.
Y'all okay? For sure. Look, doing a mental check-in. Everybody feeling all right? Good. Love it, love it. It is time for our last panel of the day. I am honored to present to you Allende Roshan and Michael Herrick for the last panel. Tune in with them. There will be opportunities for questions at the end. And let's welcome them to the stage.
Hello. Good afternoon, good evening. How y'all doing? So, everybody, it's gonna be a pretty casual conversation with you guys. So if y'all have any questions, feel free to ask them. But so to start, my name is Allende Roshan. I'm a PhD student at the University of Illinois studying Black student experience on college campuses, and I use filmmaking and photography to display my research to partner with my writing. And I've been blessed with the opportunity to co-host this conversation with the renowned filmmaker Michael Herrick. So I'll let you introduce yourself.
Hey, what's up? I'm the renowned filmmaker Michael Herrick. So I'm Michael Herrick. I'm a filmmaker. Recently moved to Indiana, more specifically, like 1 block away from here. It's a very convenient walkover. I'm a filmmaker, specialize in music videos, kind of been my passion for the last 8 years. And the last year, everything's kind of taken off, so I've been able to just do music videos for a year now. What a blessing.
Amen to that, amen to that. So, with that being said, I know in your bio you list a few major, record labels that you work for, so you want to just talk to them about that so they can know some of the other companies you work with?
Yeah. Plug the major record labels. They need it. So I started out doing independent record labels. They're basically just my friends that had a credit card. And then that has evolved into working with bigger labels that have a little bit more financial backing behind them. And then a handful of months ago, Columbia and Sony hit my DMs. So it's been sick the last 6 months, being able to work with the big dogs. But yeah, I definitely prefer working with these tiny guys. Yeah, it's much more money working with major record labels, but there's much more bureaucracy, politics, which is not what you want when you're making a music video. Something I've learned.
So with that being said, you want to speak on your experience with your friends and then contrast it to working with the labels.
Yeah. So I got into all this because I started touring when I was 19 years old. A couple random guys from where I grew up asked me to come on the road with them as a photographer, and then that evolved into yo, can you shoot a music video for free? Can you shoot 2 music videos for free? So I just started doing music videos for my friends, which is very cool. It was literally just all of us sitting in the van. They'd be like, what do we want to do for this one? And it'd be maybe if I'm just drinking beers the entire time and then we run around, that'd be sick. And then we checked the spreadsheet and realized that we had $34 between all of us. So we went and got some beers and then ran around and made a music video out of it. So it was very cool. That same group of guys has kind of gotten a bit bigger, so we've got some more money behind us now. So right now it's kind of in a really good sweet spot where they're on an independent label, so there's a lot of money backing them, but we still have the final decision when it comes to the creative, which is very cool. So we can still do running around drinking beers, but more eloquent with a DP and a production crew finally. So that's sick. Doing indie stuff is very cool. And then contrasting that, it's great. It's awesome and sick. But it's not, I should clarify. I love you, Columbia, I love you, Sony, but it's a lot of people giving a thumbs up and thumbs down, and so every time I send off a link, there's probably like 15 people going through it and analyzing every frame. So we go through a lot of renditions, lots of notes. So normally you get like 3 revisions, whatever, but we're like cracking like 10, 15. So the editing process is a lot. The creative is a bit more restricted, which can be frustrating at points. But the big plus is there's so much money there. So much money. Yeah, money can solve every problem. Remember that, kids?
Alright, so yeah.
Oh, yeah, questions.
Oh yeah.
How do you let go, whenever film you're selling, you kind of shut down, that thing creatively that you feel really strong about, and kind of shut down, and you kind of let that go?
I just close my eyes and think about that sweet paycheck. Oh, yes, very good job, Michelle, in marketing. No, that is a good question, and I don't have an answer. It sucks. It sucks hard. It sucks like having a vision and then like really trying to execute it, like trying really hard, and then maybe like getting it in camera or like in production, just having someone stifle like my little dream that I wanted to tell. Yeah, so it's pretty demoralizing, to be honest. It's kind of sad.
I guess to build off on that though, when working with these other labels, how do you maintain your own creative style per se? Because they came to you for a reason, because you have your take on art. Are you able to maintain your still your vibe to the videos, even working with these different companies?
Yeah. So I guess I do a lot of live content, because like my touring upbringing. So a good chunk of what I do for music videos and like deliverables is live, which like is very me. I have a very specific way that I shoot and edit. So that hasn't changed at all. But working with like different levels, different creative types, it's a struggle. I'm still learning on how to like manage the creative when like I'm the only consistent one. Because there are much more like stronger personalities in the room that like have their vision as an artist, that they want to collaborate with the director, which sometimes that's just not possible. So I'm still learning. I'm still learning how that creative like push and pull works, like when interacting with the label, when interacting with the artist. There's a lot of nuance to that, as like a director and a producer.
Well, thank you. To switch gears away from the labels and back to the more independent vibe. Yeah, so when you talked about the beers and just having a free flowing video, contemporarily, how do you come up with your concepts, or what inspires you nowadays when it comes to making videos?
Yeah. I'm kind of at like a 50-50 point for like as far as like treatments. Like treatments are like the record label or the artist will come to you and they'll ask you to write a treatment, which is like the concept for the music video and like what's gonna happen on screen. And with treatments, I'm about like 50-50, with like 50% of the jobs I'm doing like all the creative thinking through like what's gonna happen conceptually. And then about half of my job, the artist or the label has something, which I've been leaning into preferring those, because my volume has just gone up so much. It's very difficult to have like an original idea when I'm having like 2 shoots a week, or even once a month. It draws a lot out of you. So I've been very intentional about like the jobs that I do want to take on that are my creative vision, because I need to care about them. Which, not that I don't care about like the other 50% that the label's pitching, it's I need those like passion projects, which is like, it's very cool because it gives me the creative freedom in like half of the work that I'm doing, which gives me like the creative energy to kind of do the job part of it with like when labels come to me or like the artist has an idea. Yeah. No.
Okay, so in that regard, to up and coming filmmakers, what advice would you give them, you know, overarching, but specifically on the balance between passion projects, so, you know, maintaining that sense of peace of mind that it's your project, but then also maintaining projects that, you know, bring in financial revenue, you know, for artists that do want to take it to the next step of becoming fully financial like you are?
Yeah, that's I guess I've been on this filmmaking journey for like 7 years or so, and I just started reducing my commercial work in the last year. So it took me like 5 to 6 years of like hauling my butt to get to the point where I could make that call. But it is like so important in like the first chunk of your career to take jobs that do make money. Which it all just comes down to like the discipline of both like discipline of like getting up in the morning, responding to emails, making good treatments, showing up to shoots, all of that. But then it's also like the creative discipline. I think a lot of times as creators, we can like kind of pass off some answers. It's like, I don't know, I was being creative until 8:35 this morning when I should have been disciplined and got up at 7. So it's not like a flashy answer or anything, but like you need so much discipline as a creator to get to the point where you don't need to take on commercial work. And even in that commercial work, you need to be trying so hard. But the freedom that comes with being creative in the later part of your career, I think the only way to get there is through discipline.
Applause. Yeah, so discipline, and then just one other piece of advice you would give, just overarching to any filmmaker coming up, regardless of commercial or not, just a piece of advice you would give.
Shoot way too much. I feel like a boomer saying this, but like you have a phone now, and that phone's great. Like the newest iPhone can shoot ProRes, which is better than the camera that I use full time. So if you like have the idea of like, oh, I want to direct music videos, or I want to be a creator, you know, whatever, shoot constantly, document things, create spec ads, meet up with other creators and shoot. Networking is like one of the biggest things to make it in the industry. But definitely shoot and edit, say yes to everything. Like a lot of the times we think of like, oh, I want to be a director, or like I want to be a cinematographer, something like that. We need producers, we need gaffers, we need grips, like scripts need editing. There's so many different avenues to make it within like the realm of production. It's astonishing. I would love to have a consistent group of gaffers and grips in the Indianapolis area. We just need more of them. So pick up some lights as well.
Well, thank you for that. Yeah, so I guess going on with that, because you know we were having that conversation earlier when I was talking about when I was shooting a music video, and it was my first time, you know, hiring an editor, you know, to edit the video for me, and just how much stress that took off of my workload, you know. So in your regard to, you know, gaffers, and just different roles, what is your take on artists kind of being like jack of all trades, you know? So in LA, for example, I was out there shooting music videos, and like you said, it was one specific person who was a writer, you know, a specific DP, director of photography, you know, a specific lighting coordinator, And that was my first point where I realized, like, okay, you can specialize in one specific avenue and work your way up in that one avenue, even like Steadicam operating. Well, out here in Indiana, I feel like we kind of have that mentality, like, you need to be good at everything so you can do everything. So on that, what do you see any balance with that phenomenon?
Yeah. I'm a big fan of like a jack of all trades situation. That's like definitely how I came up. Because a lot of the times you don't have budget to like hire anyone, so it is like you running around and like trying to manage light in a way that doesn't cost money. And also like managing the day, which is like an assistant director's job. So that's so important. Like learning each aspect of the job. Because like now I'm like kind of going specifically towards directing, but I can communicate with the gaffer or the grip on like what needs to happen in a scene. And also like I know how annoying it is to have like a director that's trying to be like heady about something. When it's just like put a light through the window, that's what needs to happen, period. And I understood that from working with like very artistic, heady directors. So like it gave me a sense of pragmatism with people on set, and all that comes from like being a jack of all trades. Not saying like specialization is bad or anything, but starting out, that's huge. Learning like every specific role on set. It's very beneficial for like your long-term career. So yeah, big fan.
All right. Do we have any questions so far? Okay, yeah.
What is like your position that you usually take on sets? I don't know if you already said that, but
I don't know if I have. I've been a director primarily, probably like 80% of the jobs in the last year. I've been a director. I've been a DP a good chunk of those on those jobs, so I'll be like on camera and directing, and then I also produce a good chunk of those jobs and separately for other directors.
Cool.
Yeah, I should have clarified that.
I was just trying to figure it out. I was like, he works with directors. What is he?
Yeah. Sorry. So yeah, primarily directing, but it kind of goes into like the jack of all trades thing that like a lot of the times like there are 5 people on crew. Like you need a leader, but also you need like someone to produce the day and to be the AD, like the assistant director, to like manage the shot list and the schedule. So it's like that's awesome to have a flex person that's not being like, that is not my job, you know? That's not my job as a producer. Like maybe it can be for the day to go.
Yeah, so I guess are there any other questions while the floor is open?
I wanted to know, like, was there a moment for you that clicked that made you realize, like, hey, this is what I'm supposed to be doing, and like you were just like so passionate about doing music videos and directing music videos?
No. There's been or like I said, like I started touring, and that was the big thing. So I guess yes, a broader answer is probably in the first few years. I'm addicted to live concerts. They're like my favorite thing. There's so much energy. I like in my like start, I've pretty much only shot pop punk, emo, rock music, which is like super energetic. People are screaming, everything's bad. No one knows how to play their instrument. So that of like having raw emotion, like directly in front of me of like my friends playing music, wanting to capture that in like the most raw form and put that out how I see it, that was a big deal early on. Which is cool, because it's kind of evolved in the last year. Because like, I probably put out like my first piece of content 5 or 6 years ago, and it wasn't anything. Like it got 100 views back then, but then now it's like evolved into something much bigger because like that band has taken off, and someone needed to be there to document what it was like on the first tour when we were eating beans and no one had money. Like, I got to do that. That's beautiful. And I still love live concerts.
Yeah, so any other questions? Oh, floor is open.
As a music video director, are you a lover of movies, or do you draw inspiration from other music videos?
Other music videos. It's always a disappointment saying I'm not a cinema bro. I do this because I love music so much.
Thanks.
Yeah.
To add on to that, do you have any specific directors you kind of take on kind of inspiration from?
Yeah. I'm hesitant to say anything because I've just ripped them off my entire career. Kyle Thrash is a big one. It's all like within the emo world, which is like very niche. But like Kyle Thrash, favorite director, hands down. Ian Shelton is another one. He's like more in the hardcore realm. Max Moore. He's actually out of Kentucky, a local guy. Yeah, I love music videos.
What do you consider a good music video versus one that's not good?
Oh, that's such a good question. I have no clue. Let me think. Visually captivating. Also something, I've watched so much content, or like so many music videos that I'm pretty cynical, so I want something that's like totally original. Which is hard to do because like we all shoot music videos now.
Yeah.
So like thinking of an original idea while like everyone has FX3 or like a camera body is very difficult. But I guess blanket is, are you doing justice to the art, the song?
Okay.
That like the artist is handing you, which is very difficult. I don't feel like I've done that ever. But that would, yeah, blanket answer, are you respecting the art that you've been given?
When you're creating and you have all these influences, are you like consciously aware of them on set, or do you kind of just throw it away and see like what you can do by yourself?
Definitely influenced subconsciously, for sure. Recently I've been like pulling, there's a website called Shot Deck that you can just like go on and plug like any reference image in and it'll give you like 1,000 images. I've been leaning into that quite a bit. Like if I'm on set and feeling like a potato and can't get a good like angle or anything, I'll like plug that in on the internet to see what like Deacons did in the 90s or whatever. But yeah, a lot of it is just like on the fly. That's how I've come up. It's like run and gun, make it look good in 10 minutes.
We talked about your inspirations and your influences. And from what you said, it seems like you're in a lot of chaotic environments. But you seem really grounded and down to earth. Like, what is your anchor? So I guess it's like the other side of the job. What is the thing that's like helping you to like do your job and not be crazy? You just seem so, I don't know, stress-free.
That's insane. I am losing my mind actively all the time. Thank you. What a good little compliment in that question. Good little compliment. Yeah, a bunch of different ways. Because producing is so stressful. Like, directing is so stressful. So, like, that is a very big part of, I think, having some success is being able to manage that stress, like, outside of the job. Because your life will just fall apart if you let it consume you. So a big part of it is I'm religious. So I believe that there's a God, which is very clarifying. Hell yeah, God, huh? Yeah, let's hear it for God. Not going to hell. Yeah, those two people right there, my sweet baby girl and best friend. Very, very. They've given me a base the last few years. Yeah, and taking a second to breathe. Like I do my best to like journal every morning, like journal and pray, just to like get the thoughts out, which is usually incoherent rambling. It is always that, but it helps me be able to like focus during the day on whatever task is happening.
All right, well, thank you for the conversation.
Thank you so much, Ayende and Michael. Give it up for them. Beautiful conversation. That concludes the music video portion of the festival. That was our last panel of the day, y'all. Yeah, come on. We got some actors in the room. I am honored to have been your host today. I think I'll be back up one more time, but we are going to set up for the award show now. So it's just going to be a little bit mingle, network, utilize the resources that are in the building. If you want to go out and ask questions, hit the red carpet if you haven't. And we will be back with you in just a few. Beautiful people, how y'all feeling? That got me so much energy all day. I love it, I love it. It is officially time for the award ceremony. These filmmakers have put their all into these films. It was so beautiful to see. Where are the filmmakers at? I know that's right, and y'all looking good. I love that for you. So, my name is Precious Jewel. I have been your host for the day. I am so honored to have had this opportunity to serve you. Thank you to Deanna Weatherly and Weatherhouse Institute. Yeah. Thank you all for rocking with me all day long. I appreciate you. I could not have gotten through the day without y'all, so thank you so much. We are going to bring up the woman of the hour, the founder of Indiana Youth Film Festival, Deanna Weatherly.
What's up, y'all? Man, I am so full. I think I feel very, I don't know, I honestly just have no words because I didn't know how today was going to be. This is the very first one, so there was nothing to go off of. I didn't know who was going to show up, who wasn't, how the films were going to be received or looked. So I just want everybody to give a round of applause for yourselves. Really quick though, I want to call up a couple people who helped me on this journey. I did not do it by myself. And to say a couple words, and we have Bria McCarty. She was the, I can't think right now. And then we have Quessy Rogers, who was the director of the
Hi everyone. Hi. Congratulations on today. This is a really big deal. I remember when I saw one of my films on a big screen for the first time, and it was like the best feeling ever. There's nothing like seeing the thing that you made up and watching everyone around you. So I hope that you like soaked in today and you're proud of yourselves and you learned things and you take that back and do more and keep like creating and making and collaborating with your friends. I hope you made new friends today. I was part of a team of 5 judges, I think. And we all watched your films and other films that were not viewed today. So you should be proud of yourselves for being some of the best ones that were submitted. And we did our best to judge them fairly. I know we're getting ready to do awards, so we did our best. It was really hard. We struggled. Me and Deanna talked about it a lot. I spent a lot of time watching them and thinking about all of the elements that make a film. So screenwriting, cinematography, audio, what else did we judge on? Acting, directing, general aesthetics. And it was hard. And you guys are wonderful. And I hope you think about those things too when you go to create more. And I'm just really impressed and really proud of you. So yeah, I don't want to cry. All right, great job, everyone. Congratulations again.
Hey, can y'all hear me good?
Yeah.
All right, y'all. First, I want to just say I'm very proud of every single one of y'all. Just the energy y'all put into each of y'all films, the way y'all showed up today, from the conversations I had with y'all individually to even just seeing y'all on the screen and seeing just your cinematic eye, like just through y'all perspective. It's very, very amazed, and I'm just very proud of y'all, just the fact that y'all are up here doing this today. Like, of course, like, we played, like, you know, a role of, like, putting it together, but it's just, like, this wouldn't be possible without y'all and then the work y'all put in to even just submit y'all films and have the bravery to showcase y'all work. Yeah, so with that, it's just, I want y'all to continue to strive and just be the best y'all can be. This is what y'all did this year. I'm gonna be blown away by next year, to be completely honest. So, like, just use this, use this festival as a way to continue to build and strive towards your goals, and then use this as a way to connect and foster more relationships and just growth. Yeah, like I'm just very proud and just like overwhelmed just with the fact that this is a youth film festival, and I'm just seeing just the quality of work. Like, you know, some of these film festivals can easily be on Netflix or HBO Max. All right, so yeah, definitely like continue to dream to the sky, because like everything is possible. So just continue doing your thing, y'all. And yeah, clap for yourselves too.
So this is the Indiana Youth Film Festival, and I just wanted to go over a few of the cities that are represented here and in the films. So we have Muncie, Indiana. Yeah. Valparaiso. Greencastle, Fort Wayne, Munster, Carmel, Charlestown, and I feel like we had a couple more, but I didn't see it on the list. And Indianapolis, of course. And so we've got a few questions because a lot of college students started to submit their films, and I got a lot of questions on whether or not we can open it up to folks that aren't from Indiana, but currently go to college here. And of course, especially looking at the films, we said absolutely. If they have a 4-year college track, and so once we opened it up, we then had New York City come in, and also Brazil. So, give a round of applause for all the cities for the first year. So I can only imagine how next year is gonna go. Like Bria said, the judging was extremely hard. I still was back there watching it in shambles. Texting her like, oh my God, I still can't choose. Especially when it comes to like access and production value, and are they in college or are they in high school? And so a lot of that stuff mattered to us, and I think next year we're definitely going to take the steps to make sure that we have enough awards and they're split up accordingly to like age and things like that, because we do want everybody to be recognized in their category and their place of their filmmaking journey. So bear with us this first year, but next year we're gonna figure some things out. In that bag is the grand jury prize of a gift card of $500 from Robert's Camera, and it'll go to the grand jury prize winner. Okay, so without further ado, because I know y'all are looking at me like, okay, come on. We're gonna announce the first winner. I don't know why I'm nervous, like I'm winning an award. Okay, so, okay, we can drum roll. So we have Best Director for the film El Tesoro. Because this year was so hard to choose, we went way past our deadline, and so we don't have any awards here. Because we wanted to have your guys' names on the awards, so, but we would love for you guys to come down and have a few words, if you will. And, Best Director.
Appreciate it. Thank you, guys. I want to first shout out Deanna. I met you through Chris Wilborn. He's one who, an inspiration to me as a filmmaker, guy who's really been helping me out, develop professionally. I also want to thank my guys at Stolen Valor. They're my rock. They're everything to me. They're my best friends and people I would never want to work with anyone else in film. So they're my guys. So that's all I really have to say. Appreciate it.
Drum roll. For Best Cinematography, we have The Taken. packed with so many themes, and I didn't make films like that in college, so I'm just blown away. We were blown away.
I genuinely don't know how to use some of those edits.
Wow, I wasn't really expecting to come up here, so I have no idea what to say. Like, I mean, of course, it's like I'm proud of what we both did, because cinematography isn't just one person; it is like a whole team effort. But I'm super grateful that it means a lot. So thank you guys.
All right. Drum roll. For best original screenplay, we have Room for Two. I don't know if you paid attention to the crowd when they were watching your film, but everybody was absolutely blown away. And we're laughing at parts that weren't even funny. And that's when you know your film is really getting to people, because they are seeing it in another light, even if you didn't want to make it a comedy.
Yeah, no, I thank you all for laughing. Like that made me feel a lot better. Yeah, first I want to thank my parents, my brother, my family. Thank you guys for believing in me, and thank you for believing in me too, taking that chance. This was just a great experience. And, I really love filmmaking, and I hope to do it in the future. So.
All right. Next up. Thank you. Next up we have Best Acting, and it goes to the Con Artist. This was a film that we were in shambles about. Well, this is an award, so everybody had incredible actors, and so this was probably one of the hardest awards to decide, but you guys were incredible and blew it out the park. So.
Well, thank you so much. I really appreciate it, guys. Yeah, that was me with the hair. Yeah, a couple haircuts ago, but yeah, no, kind of artist. I thank Noah for it was just kind of a text conversation. He was like, "Hey, you have really funny facial expressions. I think that would work into silent film," and I was like, "Thank you." And so no, it was really fun. Did for a class, and it was a lot of fun. I thank the whole IU crew and all the friends and everything for thank you all for the opportunity and for everything. Absolutely. But yeah.
I just want to say thank you. I'm glad that I've received so many compliments from everyone. I thank you so much for your kind words, and I'm glad that you guys really enjoyed it.
All right, again, because the awards were so difficult to choose, we decided to add 2 awards. We had some real youngsters come in and submit into the film festival, and we were also blown away. They did an incredible job. But it was difficult to, again, to put them in the same category as... I'm sorry. My dad is here, and I did not know he was flying in today. So yeah, we definitely added 2 new awards. Anyway, I'm tired of talking. So we added the best middle school picture, and that goes to, can we drum roll again? High Tops. So I guess they were not able to make it back to the film festival, but they packed out the short film screening, and they did an incredible job with what they had under the direction of Ira Mallory, who was one of my film mentors as well. So to see his work through younger kids. The youngest was, I believe, 10. Six that was involved, and the youngest director was 11, and I think he's turning 12. And it was incredible, and so we really thank them for making that film and submitting it to the festival, and hopefully they submit another one next year. Woo! Woo! Okay. So the next award that we added, we had some high schoolers submit, and the high school films really gave a new perspective of using what you have to create something that you want to see and a story that you want to hear. So seeing them create something literally out of nothing was very inspirational to me as a filmmaker, and I'm sure to others as well who saw their films. So the best high school picture is Beautiful Roots.
Hey guys, those are two of my cast people back there. They're not actual actors, but they slayed in my film. I'm just excited to see like where I can go like as a senior in high school, and then being able to like keep going to college. So excited to see where I keep going with this, and thank you guys for this.
Yes, the acting was great. And that was shot at your school, right? Yeah. You shot that. I don't know how you did that, but congratulations. And then we have one more left. And I think this one was pretty unanimous from all the judges. We watched the film and thought, like, wow, this was created from an idea that the filmmaker had, and so we were very fortunate to have been able to screen this film in this film festival. And yeah, without further ado, the grand jury best Indiana Youth Film Festival prize goes to A Lady in Waiting. Unfortunately, Maeve was not able to make it because she literally just moved to LA. And it was like, really? it was sad, but she doesn't know that she won this yet, so if you guys text her or post it on social media, she will find out. But thank you all for your incredible work, all of you for your incredible work. This was a horrible task to judge and to find, to do the awards in general, because I've been on the other side of that. I've been on the other side of a no from getting into a film festival. I've been on the other side of not having an award, so being on this side was a big challenge, but I'm so proud of everybody who, and I feel like I know you individually because I've seen your film so many times and I've seen your name so many times, but if you all ever need anything, I'm here as your support, as any guidance, any referrals, advice. Hopefully you interacted with the filmmakers who were here today and got their contact information and was able to get some inspiration from the conversations that were had. I literally created this for you, and so I'm glad that you came out and you showed out and you did some incredible work. And yeah, does anybody else have any last words?
Can we all clap for her right now?
for putting up with me as I was constantly in shambles, because of everything that I had to do and kind of put in order, but also the Lord, it was a lot. Thank you to the team. Thank you to Precious for being an incredible host and really taking the job. Thank you to Aliza for getting all the volunteers together because it was a lot. It was a lot of work. We did. Thank you to, where is Tanda at? Is she up?
She's probably up there sitting at that table.
Because she's committed. She's committed, and I really appreciate her. And everybody who came out the Black Film Center Archive, thank you for having a table out here and being here all day with us. For Selah for sharing her art. I think she's still out there, at the table. So, for Kate and all the videographers, Denise and photographers that showed up, Aaron for live streaming all of this, which I didn't know a 9-hour live stream was possible. So I thank God that his camera didn't blow up or anything. Man, I feel like I'm forgetting people, and I hate. That's why I wasn't gonna do a list. I'm trying to look around the room. Yeah, to our sponsors, we had an incredible amount of sponsors for the first year. That was really cool to see how the community will support something that they've never seen before. So only imagine how next year is gonna go. I'm very excited for that. It'll be bigger, better, longer, so we can have more films in the film festival. Because honestly, the only reason we didn't choose all of the films were because we just didn't have enough time in the day, because they were all incredible. I think that might. Thank you, Gabe. Man, let's give it up for Gabe. And my needs. I appreciate you. And yeah, thank y'all so much. We will dismiss and have like a networking hour, so please, filmmakers, talk to each other. Get contact information. You never know who you'll need on your next crew. And you never know who you might need to vent to about the gaffer that isn't doing their job. Is that you? Hey, that's crazy. But yeah, please there's some more snacks I think left in the green room and chat. And oh yes, and we're gonna take a group photo really quick. Thank you guys so much.
It's gorgeous.